Hello and welcome to Critically Drinking, where we strive to set a higher bar for conversation every single stream. Thank you for joining us. Now grab your drink, take your seat, and let us get ready for the show. Rashawn will be with you shortly to let you know what's on tap for the day.
It's been a long one, and I need someone so high.
Wash away the toxicity.
With my brush on, and yeah, the candles moving, and yeah, the cover's moving, and it's time for you to join the club. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning the clouds and hoping never. If it does,
Hustle and grind culture is another version of it. I can sleep when I'm dead. You'll be dead.
it's showtime. Come in and have a drink with the whole crew. Come on then, join the panel or draw from the chat. Do it how you wanna do. The misfit goods keep the whole chat lit. Ooh, oh, and soon you'll be a part of it too. So come back again, my friend, or we'll come find you. Here we go again.
What's up?
Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll be back again. Now let's make one thing clear. Because of you is why we're here. You give us life, you give us love. That is why we want you dear to our heart. Come and join the show, cause we need you to grow. So pull up a chair and share with us all of the things you know. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning in love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll come back again.
And like the song say, hey, don't, I will come find you. Easy way. With a hard way.
Amazing.
I got my own platform. If I got something to say, I hit my live button, ho.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. Forgive me because when I'm playing these videos, all of a sudden now StreamYard has a delay. So I was still hearing something and it disappeared. But hello. Hope everybody is doing well. We got N.A. Nia. Good day to you. I'm not going to say good to see you. Risa Neal. Oh my gosh, Risa, come on. Wait, a strong performance. Oh my God. Listen. I was in with my Patreon crew, and we were I was like kind of live reacting to Brother Clarence. Come on, Risa. Oh my God. You took me out. Salute to you. Oh my God, you are amazing. Jackie O, for whatever reason that when you said rest in peace, Jackie, it did not dawn on me. Jackie O, for whatever reason, I don't even know why. What's up, Dory? Good to see you, Dory. My God, that was so dumb. We got Inya in the building, the main mod. Inya, good to see you again, Inya. Good to see you. And we got Apex, the Apex Alpha, the Apex, the Sigma, the Delta, the Gamma, the all around. He's got everything. Apex, man, appreciate you, my guy. Definitely. Now we got Godless Sewing. How's it going? Hello. Good to see you as well. Good to see you again, for sure. Now listen, y'all know I don't waste a lot of time, so I do want to go over what's on tap for today, the different things we're going to be talking about, because I am consolidating 2 separate streams because I had forgotten about a previous engagement earlier, so I couldn't do the 1 o'clock stream. So I'm actually consolidating. So we're actually going to be talking about several things today. And I'll wrap up with the Drop Dead Gorgeous. So what is on tap for today? So first off, we will be moving through. Oh, give me a second. I've moved some things around accidentally. I accidentally did some things, but now we're good. The first thing we're going to talk about is something very chill. It should be true. It should be chill. This should be a very easy conversation. Ranch is the best sauce. Prove me wrong, right? Prove me wrong, because we were having a conversation on Twitch in Yella's chat, and he doesn't like ranch, and Bree doesn't like white sauce, and everybody had different opinions. So we're going to start with something very light, something fun, something easy. So that's where we're going to start with. Then we're going to go over to augmented reality. Now give me a second because my thing is doing something weird. It's doing something weird here. All right. So hopefully I'm not lagging to you guys. Let me see if it's doing that over there. It's lagging on. Darn it. I am having connectivity issues. Are you guys hearing and seeing me fluidly? Because all my stuff is kind of freezing up. Augmented reality. We're going to talk about if my connection holds up. We're then going to talk about how we reframe reality. We choose words and do things that reframe the way we see things. And again, I am completely freezing up on my screen. I'm not getting anything in the chat that's letting me see. I'm not getting the feedback that I am or am not freezing. So I will proceed. It's freezing in and out. Okay, is it the audio and video? Just the video, just the audio? I need more detail. I need to know. So I need to know what to do. I'm skipping. All right, so this should be fun. The stream should be up. I'm going to leave the studio. I'm going to put something on. Thank you, Brother Von Eric, for this. I'm going to kind of maybe restart my computer. Oh, it's just the audio? Okay. I'm probably going to restart, but yeah, give me a second. It might be StreamYard. I'll be back. Give me a couple of minutes, but I got something for y'all. We're going to take a water break, a real quick water break.
We appreciate your patience and want to thank you for waiting. We should be returning any moment now. In the meantime, like the video and make sure notifications are on, because Rashawn is impatient and does not like to keep people waiting. So see you soon.
I guess it's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bars my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. Claim I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you shown me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by? It's only one thing that'll catch my eye, but as soon as I try, something bars my side. In a way I feel this moment's phony. I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you show me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave all my hopes being passed by? Pessimistic cause I have glass couldn't hold me. When it run it back, I can't forget what teacher told me. Time is not a fact, it's only know that cause you sold me. It's gonna fold me, not console me and control me. He really rolled me, I compose me for the homies. So will it mold me or disown me? Is he cold? Yeah, give him 50 cents, so just imagine if you owe me. I cannot repent now when I wish him to the old me. If I go again, is it proof in the box? I probably wouldn't be this low if I knew how to stop. Yo, I can reach the shit from home if it's smooth on the rocks. So goose for the shots, I had to know it grew out the notch. Just take me away, I had to know it wasn't no way for loving the same. I had to see the riff in the game. My tragedy, a masterpiece, is there a loop for the name. From swinging feet to Hennessy's and now there's room for the pain. There's only one thing that that'll catch my eye. But as soon as I try, something bonds my side. In a way, I feel this moment's phony. Claim I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you show me. Like the next tag story, be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave my all my hopes being passed by? Only one thing that'll catch my eye. But as soon as I try, something bonds my side. In a way, I feel this moment's phony. Lame, I feel I'm always lonely. Not the best step forward, but the one you show me. Like the next test or be the right one for me. Is it rude if I say that you felt odd? Why did you leave my all my hopes being passed by? Yeah, is it rude if I is it rude if I drink?
Okay. So hopefully that resolved the issue. Was able to do a quick restart. I've been leaving it in sleep mode and not been turning it off or anything for the last few days. So it might have just been glitched up. We'll see. So I do apologize for that. But again, thank you, Von Eric, for the submission of that song. That is his nephew, Dree. So they had that song. I did like it. So I was going to add that like as a little quick. If we've been talking for a couple hours, but we're like taking a quick break and everybody's got to run to the bathroom or get something to drink, I was going to use that to, give everybody a couple of minutes to do that. So that served me well to start the stream out because it allowed me to restart my system. So JP is in the building. Hello. Good to see you. Ranch is for people that participate in human trafficking. That's terrible, man. That is terrible. That is not true. That's a lie from Satan himself. And I guess yellow would then be Satan. So listen, I was going through what is on tap. Okay, so we got ranch is the best sauce. Prove me wrong. We're going to go over augmented reality, the way that we reframe the things that we're experiencing. I've got a couple examples of that. Are you finished or are you done? We're going to talk about if the relationship ends. Is it a failure? That's another conversation. I told Yella I was still in his old stream. We were arguing about ranch and we were arguing about that. And then we're going to wrap up with Drop Dead Gorgeous. And I just saw me skip again, but it doesn't feel as bad. We're going to wrap up with Drop Dead Gorgeous, man. If, we know there's been several people. We've seen several people die from cosmetic procedures. We've seen people die because they were in transit to get medical procedures. We've seen all kinds of things. So I'm going to also make that non-gender specific because as far as everything's not physical attractiveness, sometimes it's just attractiveness in general. And there are a lot of men who are dropping dead to be attractive to women, John Henryism, so to speak. And I still see me seizing up and freezing up. So it might be StreamYard. So this is going to get annoying. So just in case it's my computer, which I can't see how it would be. Might be my internet. Give me a moment. Just test that real quick. Yeah. Did the banners make you skip? So it must be a StreamYard thing. Okay, cool. So that's what's on tap for today. That's interesting. The banners make you skip. Ooh, that's terrible. That is terrible. All right. So ticker 2. Oh, that sucks. I went through the trouble of putting all those in there. Cool. I'll be brief with it then. I'll be brief with the banners. I'll just put them up and take them down. Because if that's really the problem, then StreamYard is a whole idiot and clown. Speaking of clown, no, let me quit. I'm not even going to go there. So, ranch. Let me see what y'all say. Because, I had the whole problem. JP said barbecue for the win. It's blue cheese for you. So, now listen. Come on now. Ranch is clearly the best sauce. It is so versatile. You could put it on just about everything. I'm just testing this out. You can put it on just about everything. Pizza, anything, any potato product. You can use it on salads. You can use it on burgers. You can use it on chicken. You can use ranch dry. You can use ranch wet. Yeah, I see it freezing again. So let me get rid of the banner. And it immediately cleared up. Wow. Wow. That's interesting. Okay, so StreamYard has a whole foolish problem. So that was a waste of time putting these banners in here. So ranch is the best sauce, clearly because it's so versatile. Ranch sauce on fries and chicken is delicious. And you can have flavored ranch like Chipotle ranch, um, jalapeno ranch. You can have all kinds of variations of the ranch, man. So Yella, you're wrong. And blue cheese is great too, especially chunky blue cheese. Oh my God. And ketchup. How could you possibly think ketchup was better than ranch, Dury? How could you possibly think ketchup was better than ranch? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. People who eat sour cream are eating roach vomit. Oh my God. Wow. I do eat sour cream occasionally. Um, Sour cream on taco stuff. I like sour cream on taco stuff. Right. She went there with that one. Blue cheese is for people that send out Nigerian print scam emails. I have food allergies, so really no sauce for me. And any milk I can't have. I start to itch and may pass out. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Ew. Blue cheese is versatile. It can be crumbled or creamy. I like the blue cheese crumbles. I like a good wedge salad. Man, a wedge salad with some blue cheese on it, but with a ranch-like sauce. It's got to have that something. Ranch just does, it's something. It's superior in every single way. And I know a lot of y'all probably like stuff like sweet and sour sauces, and he's over here talking about Chick-fil-A sauce. I'm not even sure why Chick-fil-A sauce. That Polynesian, it's mid. It's mid. I'm not sure how y'all be so into Chick-fil-A. The chicken, it's mid. The chicken is mid. The chicken is mid. The sauce is mid. The bread is mid. The weight is mid. The line wrapped around the building is mid. Not being open on Sunday is mid. Chick-fil-A just needs to be mid-filet. I mean, they just need to rename it because it's trash. Hot sauce here. Hot sauce here. What a Take It Home podcast, man. Listen, everybody go over and please check out Take It Home podcast. Please. Man, matter of fact, let me look. I'm gonna look for the Eventbrite because I want people to support this, man. He's having his event 10. Let me see. Give me a second, y'all. While y'all argue about why everything is second to ranch, I'm gonna look up. I want to put that link in there. Come on now. Give me a second. You got the link? Then please. Cool. Good looking out. As soon as I get it. Well, he got it. He's getting the link. But C3 Ultimate Wrestling, please go and support. Even if you cannot make it to the show, 10. I know you. When you see his website, if Yellow drops a link to his website, you see how many wrestlers he's putting into his promotion. These people are professionals. They put on a good show. They are doing a lot for like kind of community building. It's definitely something that a lot of young people can do that gets them involved in something that's athletic and involved. And there's multiple aspects of it. So there's the show part of it and the athletic part of it. So there's a lot of good things that can come from getting involved in wrestling. It's not rap. It's not, basketball, none of the stereotypical stuff, but it's a good outlet for a lot of young people. They can see wrestlers. A lot of us have wrestlers that we looked up to as kids, Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, but he also has minorities. There's a lot of black and brown people in his production. I think it's really important that we support things that are positive, things that help build. It's a growing company. So, man, please show up if you can. It's in Crown Point, Indiana. Coming up within just about a week here. I believe it's on June 10th, if I'm not mistaken, because it's called 10. I think it's on June 10th. I could be wrong, but correct me if I'm not wrong. Yellow will be dropping the link momentarily. So please go support. And if you can't go, man, please just buy a couple of tickets. If you can afford it, if you have it within your realm of possibility, I'm going to buy a couple of tickets. And I'm just on behalf of Critically Drinking and the support that y'all have given me, I'm going to extend that support. I'm just going to assume your permission to buy a few tickets and donate those. And If you guys can do it separately for yourselves as well, absolutely. But again, thank you to everybody over here where I have the dropping dime. Everybody that's dropped a dime on the channel. We will be contributing to C3 Wrestling either today or tomorrow. We'll take care of that. So thank you. And anybody else that can on their own, please just go and support somebody that's doing something positive. Yes. And I appreciate that you blocked me, Apex, because if you like Polynesian, if you like mid chicken, if you like mid filet, we don't need you around here. I'm about to go live on you in a second. Let me quit. Yeah. Chick-fil-A's trash. It's trash. Honey mustard, sweet and sour sauce. Those are solid. Hot sauce, man. Hell yes. Damn near on everything for me because I'm not allergic. Hot sauce is. Now, I like some hot sauce on my greens. Now, I really only use hot sauce on my green. It is 10. 10 on June 10th. Fast 10 your seatbelts. No, I'm quit. Not fast 10, but I just watched that last night. If you did not know, don't let me ruin this for you, right? If you did not know, the new Fast and Furious movie, it's a part 1. I did not know that. If you're thinking you're about to get a whole movie, stop. Don't go. Don't buy the ticket. Now it was good. If I just need you to know it's a part 1, because that heartbreak, it reminded me of the end of Endgame, not Endgame, Infinity War, that terrible ending, and the way it ended in there was Desolation of Smaug on The Hobbit. The way it ended so abruptly, man, and I'm like, that's terrible, and my heart was just left wanting more movie. So, but it's what's there is great though. People eat honey mustard and sweet and sour sauce are eating smashed water bugs that were poisoned by the exterminator. Drake. Oh my God. I'm from Southern California. We put avocados and ranch on everything. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Donate tickets to C3. Eventbrite. That's what's up. There we go. Thank you. And they wasn't he amazing? Uh-oh. What happened? Who did I miss? Did I miss a comment? I might have missed something. Give me a second, y'all. I might have missed something. Hot sauce on greens. Oh my God. I put that issue on everything. Shout out to Franks. Hey, Dawn. Thank you. At work catching a replay. Appreciate you. Fast and Furious, Infinity War. Man. There's no logical way you can spoil Fast and Furious movie. Cars, craziness, family, credit. Yeah. Infinity War, I like both of them. I'm just talking about that ending, how it ends and leaves you wanting more. Like it left in the middle of a movie. I thought this was the last of the franchise. I thought this was it. I thought Fast 10 was it. So I'm like at the end of it, and when it goes to black, I'm like, what happened? So anyway, yeah. So I think everybody in the chat basically agreed. Based on everything I saw today, everybody in the chat agrees that ranch is a superior sauce. I think I saw that like 10 or 12 different times. There's 14 people in here, and I think I saw 26 people say ranch is the best sauce. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. Only person that said no was Risa, who said she's allergic, but she said if she had to imagine herself eating any kind of sauce and it was worth the itching and the pain and the possible throat constriction, she said it would be ranch. She said she's tempted daily to just consume gallons of ranch. So everybody loves ranch. I'm glad that there was no debate in here today. I posted a turkey vulture in my last stream. Oh no. I like a nice vulture though. I like a nice vulture. But now that everybody agrees, and I thought I was gonna get more pushback. Than that, but everybody, including Yella, has come around onto the ranch train. Thank you. Thank you everybody for agreeing. Eating ranch is like death anyway. I can't stand y'all. And let me get rid of that pen too. I thought that would be for Nova, but he's not here. He's probably he's got that new. Oh yeah. He's doing his thing. Sweet Baby Ray's is pretty good. I'm going to get up. I know, right? I mean, I've been called a liar recently. I'll live down to that. I'll live down to that for sure. But let me pin that if anybody wants to come up and chop it up. But there's a couple topics we're gonna move into. That was, a little something just to get the little animosity brewing. I'm concerned this man is an agent to bring down the culture. Listen, man, ranch. Come on, man. And if it's got that extra kind of like that buttermilk ranch with that heavy deal, Whew, boy. Wingstop tricked me and gave me ranch. Ranch is good. Oh, ranch is amazing with pizza. Ranch is amazing with pizza. Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. If you get the right barbecue sauce, because right barbecue sauce can go good on just about anything too. Meat, potato, veggie. Oh, sorry. Fat Boy season. Fat Boy season was thinking about sauces. Let me try this banner again. This is crazy. Let me see if that really does do it. Let me see. I'm gonna move around a bit. Ba 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 ba. Doobie 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 doo. Boo 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 boo. Do 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 do. Do do do. Okay. Let's try. I saw it. It started doing it. That is crazy. That is insane. Okay. That is insane that StreamYard is tripping. I can't wait to send that feedback. You know, we can't ever wait to send bad feedback. We are so happy. Oh, no, before we do that, that's what I wanted to do. I need you guys' help. This will be a little bit fun, too. So let me present this screen. I need you guys' help. So I have this document. So we were talking about sauces, right? I wanted to start with sauces. We're going to get a little saucy here. Boom. We're going to do the 10 channel condiments, right? Instead of 10 commandments. We're going to have the 10 condiments. And it's not a sauce tier list, right? It's not a sauce tier list. We're going to create 10 channel rules. We're going to set some rules. Now, I typically had these ones like 3 strikes and you're out type thing. But I have a couple. I started. I know somebody need to come feed me for real. For real. I want you guys to help me set some rules. Now, my first one, I'm going to put this first one in here. And I'm going to explain why. I have 3 that I want. If you're going to shout a bar, you got to stand on the bar. You know, I like my puns. But to explain that, if you're going to say something, you got to be able to stand on it. So if you get challenged on it, if you get challenged on something you say, you have to be able to back it up. You have to be able to hold that up. You can't waffle when somebody challenges you. You can't. I mean, you're human, you can, but I'm just saying it's not going to, nobody's going to protect you. Nobody's coming to save you if you can't stand on the things you say. If you say it in the chat, if you say it on the panel, you got to be able to uphold it. What I do though? Ranch is very gringo, just like the Chick-fil-A. Yeah. So we're going to have the 10 condiments. Or the condiments. I don't know how I want to say it. I don't know. Y'all know I like to be goofy and playful. But that's my first one. If you say something, you got to be able to stand on it. Because there's been a few people that have been challenged. And of course, they didn't come back, which is their right. But I like to have a space where we can be challenged and we can stand on. So people are saying things that they intend to say. I want to foster a space of intention. So with that, I want you, anybody, including myself, to be able to stand on anything they say, because I found that a lot of people say things just flippantly and do not care. Ooh, cheese sauce on fries is amazing. With some bacon bits, with like crumbled up bacon. Oh, or chili cheese fries. Okay, let me get out of the food. Okay, cool. Let me see. So my second one that I have, and this is also something that came up recently. If you are trying to talk around something or someone and you get called out, now again, you can get away with it if nobody says anything. Nobody says anything in the chat. Nobody says anything on the panel. Cool. But if you get called out on it, like, hey, man, who you talking about? You either got to open it up or you got to put a cork in it. You got to open that bottle up, or just put a cork in it and quit talking about it. Quit talking around it. Quit talking around the person. That's going to be a rule. So if y'all see me saying, man, I'm not like somebody called me on that the other day. And I said I was talking about the title that Sir Hale was using, the professional married person. So I'm trying to practice this as well. If I'm talking around somebody and somebody, who are you talking about? Either I got to say it or shut up. So I think I want that to be a rule because, we had that experience recently of somebody going around talking around people and they wouldn't put names on it. So we had to do our detective work and it became a whole thing. So, we're going to have, that's going to be one of the 10 condiments. Now, my third one is lubricate, don't agitate. So seek understanding, not undermining. Because a lot of people during these conversations, they're always trying to undermine your point instead of understand your point. So those are the 3 I came up with. But are there any rules? And you don't have to make them cutesy. You don't have to make them punny. Are there any rules that you as a chat, as viewers, as supporters, that you would like to see on the channel? Know what you're drinking. Oh my God. Oh, sorry. Sorry. That was an authentic reaction. My bad. Because, if y'all did not see Let's Talk the Better Black Life yesterday, who was talking about content creation ain't for everybody. They're having their very specific conversation about one thing, one way. And 2 people came up and decided that we're going to have the conversation about a totally different way because we have not been listening and we looked at the words and just assumed this is what you meant. And OG Patrice got him. She told him, let's get back on topic. I was like, oh my God, know what you're man, my God. Woo, what you are drinking. Woo, my God. Don't hit. I need to put that on. Okay. I'm glad you said that. Don't hit the link if you don't know the topic. Okay. Know the topic and where we are in it. Okay, cool. Let me see. So let me do this real quick. Do. Boom, Christy Classic Alpha is in the building with another car vlog. What is up, Classic?
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, your audio coming through right, and it's coming through beautifully. Let me
Okay.
Remove paste pin message. Wait a second. I'm trying to find, but how you feeling today, bro? I know you're getting excited for the show.
Oh yes, sir. But I'm excited. I feel good today. I can't be on here long because I'm on the way to get my kid. But I wanted to say 2 things. Mm-hmm. If you're lurking, make sure you get to liking.
Hey, bam.
So make sure y'all subscribe, like everything. Cash App. I don't have Cash App. I'm gonna have to Zelle you or PayPal you something because you always support. So shout out to everything that you do. But I do have a condiment as well.
Okay.
It is okay to be uncertain.
Man,
I think that some people do not have knowledge on certain things, and sometimes we go off of either what he say or she say or how we feel about it. So it's okay to be uncertain about a certain topic. It's okay to listen. You don't have to react. You don't have to talk. You don't even have to put your 2 cents in. Sometimes it's okay to listen. It does not hurt to listen. Everything, and that's funny because you just talked about a guy, the people's video saying content creating ain't for everybody. That's true. That is very true. There's a lot of people that are in our space and in your space that just randomly say anything and then just run with it, but don't want to listen to nobody. So that's what makes you different. That makes you different and make you special among everybody else because you actually listen to people's takes in different walks of life and you give them an opportunity. So it's okay to listen. If you are uncertain, it's even okay to admit that you are uncertain about certain aspects. Let us grow and let us learn from that. That was mine. So,
Cool. I like that. So it's okay to be uncertain. I'm gonna say it's also it's okay to change your order.
okay.
You might change your mind.
Okay. Yeah.
You might change your mind. All those are okay. You don't have to get locked in. You don't have to get locked in. I like that. I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
He said, nah, they better react. I need that content. And I'll
Yeah.
add that to the community post for sure. Classic rule. Ask before you grab a glass. And I got your other one started. I'm going to come back to it. Ask before you grab a glass. I like it. Now, what is that?
I thought it was Sprite. I thought it was Sprite.
Now, what is that interpreted as far as panels go, Yella? Interpret that for me for the panel, but I'm gonna add it, and I know that'll apply to something because people do need to ask permission before they do some stuff. Oh, recognize your drink limit. Oh my God.
That's a good one. That's a good one. God. That's a good one.
If you're in your fifis, if you're in your feels, if the liquor's hitting you, if you're starting to feel it, it might be time to walk away or get a glass of water and hydrate. I like that. No,
it's okay to close the tab.
Close the tab. Yes.
That's a double on. That's a double entendre there. Close the tab when you're at the bar. When you're at the bar, close the tab. If you want something on the internet that you don't like or something, if you don't like what's on the internet, close the tab at the top. That's it. Close the tab.
Man,
all you got to do is close the tab. Everything does not need your response. I hate saying it like that, but it's true. Especially, you know how people say they can't hold their liquor. Some people can't hold their tongue. So that is a problem sometimes then and there. Sometimes just because you admit you have a problem, that does not mean that the problem is fixed.
Man.
That's part of the journey. That's part of the journey is accountability and admitting it. But you actually have to push forward in doing it. So close the tab. Close the tab. Close the tab.
Yeah.
Close the tab.
Man, salute to Sim, man. Appreciate you so much as well. Thank you so much. Taking a break from the white man's job to give a like. Hey, appreciate you, brother Clarence. Let's talk to Better Black Life. You and OG, you and Rico, and definitely enjoyed listening to y'all yesterday. Ask before you grab a glass was an add-on to number 5. Okay, let me see. Gosh, okay, I can add that on there. Boom. So we just need a new number 6. Boom. Bam, bam, bam. It's okay to be certain.
I have a feeling it's gonna go past 10. Something in my spirit says it's gonna be like 35 by the time this stream is over.
That's too funny. Nah, I mean, because we can go over them and consolidate. Some of the stuff will be consolidated, for concision's sake or clarify. Yeah. So this was just something like a little fun experiment, and we can add to it, change it as we go, because that's the beauty of having a channel and a space. You get to make it your own. Speaking of, while you're here, while I got you, C3, why don't you tell the people like what your purpose is and why you do what you do? Because I love hearing your passion when you talk about it. Why don't you got the show coming up in 5 days, 10, the show of all shows. Why don't you give us a little plug for it so everybody can push over to that Eventbrite link that Yella dropped in there.
All right, shout out to Yella. Shout out to you for supporting everything that you continue to do for us. C3 Ultimate Wrestling presents 10, the show of our shows. And not only is it the show of our shows, period, in Indiana, it'll be the show of our shows, period, for pro wrestling. It is our 10th show that we have made. I've started doing shows with my wife in 2019. So 4 years later, thank God that we got a great company that people get behind and people support and stuff like that. People buy tickets, people donate. My church donates as well, donate supplies, donates things for the community and things like that. C3 Ultimate Wrestling is a thing because I saw how to not do the business, and I wanted to also be a part of the business outside of wrestling. Yella can attest that sometimes I don't even wrestle on the show. I just make sure like we have great shows behind the scene and everything like that. So that's how it was important. I grew up watching wrestling with my great grandfather. I'm from Texas. Some of y'all don't know that. Woo, woo. But I'm from Texas, and we grew up watching Booker T and stuff like that, Stevie Ray, Harlem Heat, and things like that. So I've always been interested in wrestling. Long story short, when I started dating my wife, she wrestled before when she was younger and stuff like that. That's how I got into the business. And then in 2018, we did C3 Ultimate Wrestling. So we give back to the community. We give back because some kids cannot dunk. They can't do a 3-point. They can't shoot a ball. They can't play football. They can't do a lot of things that, especially us as black people, we try to push our kids to do in athletics. And not even just black people, just anybody. So wrestling, what I want to do is I want to make sure we give the positive side of wrestling and try to give people opportunities to do what we do. We're planning on a lot of stuff and we are working on it. But right now we just currently run shows to put our name on the map. So that's what that is.
Man, I love it. I love it. Let me see. Where were we at? Was it this one? Dang it. Let me just pull this down and I can't. Boom. Man, definitely appreciate that. I'm looking. I can't wait. Hopefully, you guys get to broadcast it again. Anybody that follows Yellow on Twitch, he tries to broadcast them. But I enjoy the promos you guys do with the wrestlers because they are fun. Because they do promos, interviews on both. I put the Classic Alpha. I put his podcast channel in the chat. Nightbot did. So if you go there, they do some interviews. Sometimes they're entertaining, they're engaging. I love bantering back and forth. I like to pick with Atlas because he's old. So he told me to show up. He told me to pull up with all the stuff I was talking.
He'll be on the live tonight because me and Yella and at 5 we'll be talking about the show. So Atlas has always been one of the first guys that would respond and talk. So whenever you have the time, because I know you have your channel and your platform and everything that you continue to do, and I'm for supporting everything with your content and stuff like that. Regardless if we see eye to eye or whatever, it's all love. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you ain't gotta go to war. Everybody want to go to war and stuff like that. Some stuff you just gotta let go. You just gotta close that tab, the one that's at the top. At the top.
You gotta close the tab.
Close the tab. But
yeah.
I did want to say thank you for everything that you continue to do. You're an awesome person. I know that you're very honest. So you're very honest about your shortcomings and how awesome you are as a person. So I did want to show support, because it's been a while since I've joined anybody's live besides my own.
Right. Yeah.
It's been a while. Car vlogs, that's all I've been doing. I haven't even been doing lives like that. So shout out to everything that you continue to do. If you guys are watching, please subscribe to the channel. It's all love. I will talk to you guys later. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Chris, the Classic Alpha, man. Yes, hopefully he is going to be in action during this live event 5 days from now, June 10th. Crown Point, Indiana, man. Please go buy some tickets. Any Crown Point?
Yes, it's Crown Point. Tickets are
tickets
are currently $5 off on Eventbrite.
Ooh,
so
okay, cool. So I need to get that done today.
Tickets are $15 for adult at the door, but if you get in on Eventbrite, it'll be 10. 10.
Okay.
It'll be 10 for kids at the door, but if you get them now on Eventbrite, it'll be 5. So, and like I said, thank you for sowing seeds and investing into the company as well, because you've bought tickets before. And like I said, I got to send some stuff your way because, you've continued to support everything that we continue to do. So shout out to you, sir.
And same to you, man. Appreciate you for coming up, and I can't wait to see the show. You have a good night.
No problem. You too. Thank you.
All right, man. That was Chris, the Classic Alpha, man. I know you driving. Okay, I was getting ready. Man, appreciate him so much, and I'm glad I ran into Yellow, who got me hooked up into wrestling, got me back into wrestling a little bit. So, and I know Anae has one. OG Patrice. I used to go watch wrestling in Chicago with my uncle at the amphitheater. Yeah, they still out there wrestling. They still out there. They are still out there hitting those mats, man. So definitely, I appreciate y'all for showing love and support. He's a really good dude, family guy. So I appreciate everything about that, man. Good people doing good things. I can't ever hate on that, and I'll always try to support that. Let the bartender give you the tab. I like it. I like it. Let the bartender give you the tab. Let me see. Try not to over talk. Oh my God, you've been overserved. When you should be hearing. Y'all seeing me type? You need to know. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. I like that. There's got to be something with overserved. I'm gonna just put overserved in here as a placeholder. Cause man, that's just gonna be like pass the mic. Pass the mic. Man, do not hog. Oh my God, do not hog the microphone. If you, oh my God, if you feel yourself saying the same sentence a third time, let it go. Because sometimes, well, all right. We need one more, y'all. We need one more just for the startup. We need one more for the startup. One more for the startup. Okay, Risa, you stepped away. So, Chris, the Classic Alpha, just again summed up what he's doing on his show 10. We did have a couple more. I think you left somewhere around 6. So 7 was recognize your drink limit. It's okay to close the tab. So that means recognize if a topic is getting too heavy, turn over your glass and walk away. 8 was let the bartender give you the tab. So try not to overtalk when you should be hearing what you need to know. I added overserved, which is like pass the mic. Like sometimes you need to, you've had too much. You've had too much. Do not hold the microphone. If you feel yourself saying the same sentence a third time, let it go. Land your plane. So we just need one more to make it an even 10. Again, shout out to Chris Classic, who will be having his show here in 5 days. Crown Point. I just like the name Crown Point. Crown Point sounds nice. I like it. I drink Crown Royal, which is also nice. But anyway, we need one more. We need one more channel condiment. We need one condiment commandment. We need one more rule just to round it off for today. Again, this is an exercise. I'll be trying to, clarify some of these or make them more concise or whatever. And I will post them to the community tab as Simsima. Let me put that on here so I don't forget. Let me see. Add to community tab. But yeah, I can think of something else later. But let's see. We can get ready to move on to reframing because I do have a couple of short clips to play. There's going to be a topic. You'll hear mental health come up. You'll hear mental health come up. Let me see. Whoa, what is up, man? Drill, how you feeling today, man?
All right.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Now listen, man, Drill. We were just coming up with like 10 commandments, 10 channel condiments, 10 things to add to and enhance the quality of your time here. We came up with 9. We need a 10th, and I want you to be the 10th person. What is a good channel? You spent time here, Mandrill. What is a good channel rule that you can think of? Now, let me go through what we have. All right. So if you're going to shout a bar, you got to stand on the bar. So that means like if you're going to say something, chat or panel, you got to be able to stand on it. Anything you say, you got to be able to back it up. If you're trying to talk around something or someone and you get called out on it, if nobody calls you out, cool. But if you're doing the whole, well, somebody said something, but, blah, blah, blah. If somebody calls you out on it, you either have to open it up and say who you're talking about or what you're talking about, or you have to put a cork in it. Open it up or put a cork in it.
Okay.
If somebody calls you on it. Number 3 is lubricate. Don't agitate. Seek understanding. Don't seek to undermine, because a lot of times people just seek to undermine your argument, never seek to understand your argument. Know what you were drinking. Don't hit the link if you don't know the topic and where we are in it. Now, man, Drill, when that got proposed, they might have been thinking about you. But I'm going to tell you who it was when I thought about this, man, yesterday, Jay Takashi and the other guy. OG, I'm so glad OG Patrice got them back on task. I was so glad OG Patrice was there. Because, boy, woo, okay. Don't be afraid to apologize. Okay, we already got a 10. Okay, we'll come back to that, man, Joe. I appreciate y'all. So we got a 10. I'm gonna add that in there for the 10. But man, Drill, I'm gonna just recap those and then we'll move on to the next topic and I'll come get your opinion on these next things. Do not. Oh, party foul. Party foul. Do not be afraid to apologize. Do not be afraid to apologize. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. Man, I'm so glad OG got them guys back on track. Because woo! I was like, I'm sitting there on a StreamYard with somebody, and I'm like, what are they talking about? But boy, OG was like, this is the topic. The topic is da 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 da. What do y'all think about that? And I was like, yes, thank you, Jesus. Okay, anyway. Let me see. So last one was the one that kind of lands on Mandrell just a little bit because he be hitting that link hot or cold rather. He be getting that link cold. What are we talking about, guys? On the fifth one, it is okay to be uncertain. It is okay to change your order. Look at the menu a little longer. Ask before you grab a glass. 6, be kind to the dime. Respect the bartender. Thank you. Thank you for looking out for me, y'all. Recognize your drink limit. Oh, my bad. Guess I could have had those up so y'all could have saw them. Recognize your drink limit. It's okay to close the tab. Recognize if a topic is getting too heavy. Turn over your glass and walk away. Let the bartender give you the tab. Try not to overtalk when you should be hearing what you need to know. Overserved. Pass the mic. Do not hog the microphone. If you feel yourself saying the same sentence a third time, let it go. And then 10, just got that 10, the dime, party foul from Sin Simma. Do not be afraid to apologize. You made a mistake. You spilled something. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. So that's going to be, I'm going to clean those up and put them in the community tab. And then, you know, they'll evolve. They may grow. They may change. But that's a good starting point. So I do like that. I like that. What you think about that? As, you know, starting some channel rules, some channel etiquette.
It's a good list. It's a good list. It's solid. You know, I think I'm guilty of one of them. I can't say I haven't done one of those because, yeah, I've done it several times. But, also, don't be afraid to change your perspective or admit that you're wrong.
Yeah.
Because that shows growth.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to be right about everything.
Perspective. Cool.
No, and they not number one. I'm not guilty of that
one. She coming for you. She coming for
me today. That's cool. I like Ine. Like, genuinely. She's a super cool person.
I didn't download these videos. It shouldn't take but a hot second.
No problem.
But how is your day today, Mandra? How is your Monday going today?
All right. I just took a nap.
Ooh.
Yeah, a midday nap. I hadn't done that in a long, long time.
Man, naps are based. I love it. Let me see. And they got these. I don't know. They got these down really far. I don't know about this one. Let me see. It's only 7 megabytes. It's only about a minute. Okay, so
that's
this
cool.
one 42 megabytes. Okay, this one's a little. Okay, so let me see. Cool. All right, got these 2 videos. I'm gonna play one of them. The first one's from the Surgeon General. The first one is from the Surgeon General. Oh, let me stop that screen. He says something in here. I've played this before, or a piece of it. And he says something in here that caught my ear this time. He said people kind of use different words for the same thing. And I know I've talked about that before. A lot of people use different words for the same thing. So a lot of times we use language to reframe. So I wanted to play this clip of the Surgeon General. And in the middle of it, he says something about people sometimes say this instead of this and how it impacts care. So give me a second.
Just how deep this problem is in America.
Well, Willie, I'm so glad we're here talking about this because loneliness is a problem that has existed behind the shadows for too long. And I came to realize this when I first began my tenure as Surgeon General and I traveled the country and would talk to people who would tell me that they were lonely, but they wouldn't use that word. They would say things like, you know, I feel I have to carry all these burdens in my life by myself, or I feel if I disappeared tomorrow, nobody would care, or I feel invisible.
Don't feel anything.
Right. And it turns out that millions of people struggle with loneliness. So when you dig into the data, what you find is that about 1 in 2 adults in America was reporting levels of loneliness. And these numbers are even greater among kids. But what you also find is that loneliness has serious effects on our mental health and our physical health, raising our risk for depression, anxiety, and suicide.
All right, in the middle of that. And hello, Mrs. She Said. Mrs. She Said, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. You stepped away. What was number 10? Sim Sima contributed. Do not be afraid to apologize. So I called that party foul. Party foul. You done made a mess. You done spilled something. You done stepped on somebody's shoes. You done bumped the DJ booth and made the record skip. Be willing to apologize. So do not be afraid to apologize is number 10. We got Rico in the building, man. Glad to have you back in these streets. I couldn't, you were missing for a long time. We miss your face, we miss your voice, man. So glad you're back.
No, we don't. No, we don't, Rico.
I'll be sitting at the end of the bar. We miss you, Rico. We miss you. We miss you.
He's just being polite, Rico. We don't care.
But in the middle of that, he said, and this impacts care, guys. This impacts medical care. If you go in and don't say certain buzzwords, trigger words that they're looking for to diagnose you, it could impact what they diagnose you with. Mm-hmm. So when he said things such as, people say I feel like I have to carry all the burdens myself. I feel invisible. Nobody would care if I disappeared. But with all the people who are trying to run reports and create reports, they're trying to look for the word lonely. A lot of people don't like to consider themselves lonely because a lot of us have people around us. A lot of us have family. A lot of us have people we call friends. We have jobs. We hang with certain people. We do certain things. We go to activities with others. We date. We're married, whatever. But sometimes we have these other ways to reframe the same thing. What somebody else will call lonely, somebody else will say, I feel like I have to carry all of the burdens myself, whether that's emotional, whether that's actually something tangible. I got to do all the work myself. I'm alone in this. Or nobody's putting the same type of energy in whatever the project is, or your job, or your business, or even a hobby. I don't feel like everybody else is as passionate as I am, or I feel like I'm alone in this. Loneliness can look a lot of different ways, depending on the way you are groomed, how you see things. So we reframe things even as far as depression, as far as anxiety. People don't recognize these things because we don't use those words. We don't use a lot of clinical language a lot of times unless it's to, attack somebody like you're a narcissist. But things like loneliness and depression show up in our lives quite routinely. And I wanted to ask everybody, what are some of the ways? Have you considered that first? Have you considered that the way sometimes that you use language reframes the way you see things? Like the words you choose? What about you, man?
Yeah, definitely. I found myself like even here years later, I'm still adapting to civilian life in certain ways, like with communication, for example. A lot of times I speak in a way that where I assume that people know what I'm talking about, instead of fleshing things out. And I found that I need to flesh things out. I discovered that. And so through that, I learned that some of my language had to change. I had to use certain words in order for it to trigger memory or thought in other people. Like with what I was doing in the Army, everyone knew what you were talking about. You know what I mean? We're in the same circle. We're in the same job, and you had to be, your intellect and communication skills had to be at a certain level, so a lot of things go without saying. It can go without being said, For example, like if I was to say, like one day night I said, well, fellas always talk about being leaders and stuff like that, and women left us because of welfare and stuff like that. Well, why didn't the guys take leadership and say, hey, we're not going to take the benefit. We're going to figure out another way. Now, there are people who thought I was speaking ill of poor people by me saying that. And for me, I'm like, how'd you get that out of what I said? You know what I'm saying? And so that's just an example of how, okay, that for some people that needed to be fleshed out. Not for everyone, but if I want more, as many people to understand me as possible, and if that's my goal, then hey, you got to flesh things out for some people. Some people are gonna understand that I'm not talking about the people who actually needed it. They thought I was speaking ill of people who actually needed the benefit, and that's not the case at all. That's not what I said. But a lot of people don't listen to what's being said and take it for what it is. Other people either fill in gaps or they add things to it that weren't there. So it's just a thing with communication. And that's true. If you don't say, hey, if you say, hey, Arshawn, if you ask me, how you feeling, Mandrell? I'm like, I'm a bit under the weather. But I can say that. But if I don't say, hey, man, I've got pneumonia, you won't know how severe it is.
Ooh, yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
important.
Yeah. So
we minimize. Sometimes we minimize our experiences to not feel weak. You know what I'm saying? Because like we wanna appear like confident and capable. So sometimes we'll minimize what we're going through. So I mean that's definitely important. Yeah, and it can be a touchy subject because I'm using something that we can all relate to, which is kind of like mental health stuff, loneliness, depression, anxiety. I'm going to use that, but a lot of us reframe it. And the couple of clips I pulled, they specifically talk about Black women. They specifically talk about Black women because I do believe this is something I've said in other avenues, other respects. The ability to reframe what you're experiencing can be both a benefit or it can be a harm. Like it can be an help. It can help you. It can help you see like the positive aspects. Well, I can make it through. It can help you affirm yourself in spite of challenge, but it can also make you blind to how severe something is, like what Mandrell was just saying, because that definitely does happen. I'm going to play a clip, and this is going to talk about Black women specifically, but I want to talk about how we reframe things that it kind of harms the way we operate. It impedes our progress. It does not help us show up as our best because we haven't addressed something very specific. And it's all about the way we see it. So I just want to kind of pull this out today.
Back to the factor uncensored, depression can manifest in different ways for everyone. According to a new study, it looks a bit different in Black women. Those symptoms can look like stress, self-criticism, and even sleep disturbances. Let's bring in our next guest to talk about this, therapist Dr. Christine Belliard and Saudi attorney LMFT. Glad to have you both here on the Factor Uncensored. So when we say depression can look different for Black women, tell me how it manifests itself besides what we've said here already tonight.
I will say both of us are therapists, and oftentimes when we get calls, I'll say that someone may call and say, you know what, I feel like I'm just not handling things how I should. It's almost as if they are nervous that they're not handling even more things. Yeah. So it can come out with, there's quite a bit of stress, but then also I should be doing more. Why can't I handle this? Almost as if they're supposed to be able to handle the world, and if they're not, then there's a problem.
Is this because of generational issues, because women saw their mom handling it despite being depressed or whatever? They just push through all the time.
Absolutely. So it's generationally in the family of origin, but it also is historically. Like, as Black people, our survival was built on being tough. So that gets passed down generation to generation. So it's inside the family that there is a idea that you do need to push through, that I'm going to toughen you up because the world is going to be hard on you. And then you go out into the world and the world is hard. So there's no place for Black women to really show despair, show sadness, cry, right? So those feelings get repressed. And when anything is repressed, it turns into depression. And if it can't be manifested through your thoughts and your feelings, then it'll show up in your body. So there are a lot of complaints.
Dr. Belliard, is it a possibility that that becomes angry Black woman too?
Well, I will say anger is a secondary emotion.
Because if you're holding stuff down,
that's for sure. For sure.
You know, it comes out,
It can be, but the stereotype of the angry black woman, where now you're trying oftentimes to fight against that stereotype.
Right.
I don't want to be pegged that way. So I do repress. But like a pressure cooker, something's going to eventually explode. If it's through anger, that secondary emotion. But it really is, how do we get to that primary emotion where it's okay for you to be sad or for you to know that you can't control everything? That's not possible. Like, it's okay for you to be human.
Wimpy, weak theory.
Exactly.
Or that you're fighting against. You don't want to be weak because you saw your mom handle a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff, which honestly is a trauma response. She had to handle those things.
Right.
So the beauty is we're one of the first generations where we're able to actually process so much generational stuff. A lot of my work with women is about how can you be okay with being compared to doing, where you're having to produce figuratively and literally, to now being able to just know that it's worthy for you to just be like that.
Now, I wanted to get to that, and I was actually going to talk about that too. I was going to actually say that after the clip, because so we can remove gender from that. Anybody who is trying to cope with life, cope with reality, does a lot of this reframing naturally just to cope. It's a coping mechanism. So we say things and reframe things in order to help push ourselves through circumstances that are challenging. But sometimes it prevents us from seeing that it's not just challenging, it's something we don't have the capability of overcoming. So it's actually something that's going to, like they said, it's the pressure will keep building up until somebody breaks. That's I just wanted to bring awareness to the way we reframe things, because they're saying that depression shows up, and people, they were speaking specifically to black women, but they're human. Black women are human, so other people do this as well. It's a thing where you won't use the words, I'm depressed. You'll say things, it'll show up as stress. It'll show up like it's sleep disturbances. And a lot of us think, our sleep is messed up because maybe we watch TV. Maybe we're watching TV so late into the night because of depression. Maybe some of the self-criticism is from depression, but we're blaming it on something else. But it's important to understand that that's something that we do as humans. We reframe to cope. Knowledge of low progesterone in women should be monitored. I'm just saying, get your hormones tested. Happy hormone. Absolutely. All this stuff matters. They're using it more than ever. I hear you. Yeah, removing gender. Yeah, we can be a little bit more critical. They were having a specific conversation, and it's fine for them to have a segment on whatever they want. But we can also say that they're human, and we're talking about reframing and how the language, like, okay, I might be feeling depression, but instead of saying depression, I say that I'm stressed out, or I'm hypercritical of myself, or I'm hard on myself. So the language will kind of change the way you see it, that maybe it's something you should get addressed because of the language you're choosing. Or I'm just having a rough sleep pattern the last couple of months. But maybe it's depression. Maybe it's something like she said, maybe it's something chemical, hormonal. Every woman is depressed, anxiety, and just unhappy. What's happening? And that's our society. We have a societal problem. We have a culture problem. But we're not going to fix the society and culture. So we have to work on fixing us. We have to work on fixing ourselves. I mean, that's my perspective. Absolutely. So that's why I wanted to include that into the conversation. What did you think about that clip, Mendra?
I mean, you're spot on with it. A lot of times it comes out of stress because you're not telling anybody the severity of your circumstances. So people will behave accordingly. You say, hey, I'm just stressed. They're going to treat you like you're stressed. But if you say you're depressed, okay, this requires, a bit more here. Because depression, we all know it can lead to other things that are more terminal, we'll say. And so that requires much more attention. I don't know if it's pride or ego that causes people to do this, or shame in a lot of cases, which causes people to refrain. But these are things you got to get over, and we have to get over looking at people as weak who do express these kind of things that are going on with them, because that's a part of it too, how other people view you. That's what keeps people from refrain. That causes people to refrain.
No, that's big facts. What up, Bree? Good to see you. She's lurking and working. So I got one last clip. Now, the last clip was about this last clip was talking about depression shows up as stress, self-criticism, and sleep disturbances. This next clip also talking about Black women, but also can be applied across gender, across race. It's just a human issue, people dealing with emotions. This next clip is similar, but it's talking about how anxiety shows up.
A mental health fact a lot of people are not aware of is that with Black women, anxiety typically shows up as irritability or shutting down. So you might want to think about it the next time you say all Black women have an attitude. Do they have an attitude, or are they irritable because they have anxiety and don't know how to process it? Here's the thing, and I recognize this even in myself, which is why I started therapy many, many years ago and worked through this stuff, which is that Black women are expected to know what's going on, know what to do, be strong, and be capable, right? If you had that pressure on your back, how would you feel if you in fact didn't know what to do or what was going on or what the answer is, or be settled and be able to be strong for everybody? It would make you highly anxious, right? The problem is, because there's this societal standard of you being so strong and knowledgeable, now you feel bad for not knowing, or you feel bad for feeling bad. So within a Black woman's mind, the anxiety kind of gets layered in that I feel anxious, but I'm not supposed to. So I feel like a failure. Then I'm mad at myself for even feeling anxious. And now that anger that's starting to build up, the second somebody kind of triggers me is going to turn outward. It's not that I'm actually angry or have an attitude. It's that I feel anxious and I feel shame attached to my anxiety. And since I don't feel comfortable expressing that in a vulnerable way, the only way it can come out is by an attitude or feeling irritable.
I'm not going to play that entire thing, but that's an important point. Anxiety also is a lot of feeling, like I don't have the capacity to handle. I don't know how to handle this thing. And you are ashamed because you can't. I'm not competent. I'm not able. I might have to ask for help. I'm ashamed that I might have to ask for help. Now, all of these feelings. Me and Bree watched this video called it a wall of awful. So they'll have the very first thing, the thing you can't do, the incompetence, whatever, the ignorance. I don't know how to get this done. Then you'll get the shame around that, the guilt maybe for letting somebody down, and you'll just stack up all these bricks of negative emotions. And then eventually, like she said, you typically turn outward because you can't get through the wall. So your aggression and all that energy is going to go outward. It's going to lash out. But that's something that we have to learn to not reframe so that people know that we need help, or that we know that we need help, that we're anxious, that we're stressing ourselves out. Let me see. Lack of accountability as well when it comes to one's own bad decision-making processes, causing the stress and depression. Absolutely. All of this is connected. All of it. Because why don't you know some of these? A lot of times it'll be over a lot of basic things because we'll spend our time doing things that don't matter. We'll spend our time learning things like we'll know 1,000 song lyrics. Like we'll know all kinds of things except the things that actually help us. I know Mandrell's been on me about some of that stuff too. Why didn't you do that, Rashawn? Why not, Rashawn? Why are you waiting? What are you waiting on? So, yeah. I will say my obviously misogynistic views of carrying baggage to gain sympathy. Hey, I know Bree said she was behind. Catch up. Wasn't that behind? All right, cool. Caught up. But reframing is definitely something. So anxiety shows up and we reframe it. We don't recognize that we're anxious and it compounds. Depression shows up. We don't recognize it and it compounds. Loneliness is here. We don't recognize it because we're using different language and it compounds. We're not treating anything because we don't even know what it is. That's the root of the problem. We're not doing any basic assessments of our own life, of our own reality, because we've reframed it. We've used words that make it seem manageable. And so like Mandrell just said a moment ago, we make it seem manageable, but we're having obstacles that we can't overcome ourselves. We need to seek help, and we won't because we use language that makes us think it's within our control. Maybe the society and culture has told us we have to be in control, but a lot of times we need help. So the reframing is an important conversation because it leads to some of the things we're going to talk about later on. The inability to feel comfortable with your situation and how you are and who you are leads you to make choices that may be where we end up talking about. But Mandrell, go ahead and jump back in. My bad. I be ranty.
It's all right. I got nothing else to add. You kind of said a lot of the things I was gonna say, but so I mean, yeah. I mean, this is why you need to keep doing your channel, Arshawn.
I mean, I'm still here.
You just need
I'm
a
still
bigger
here.
audience. People need to hear this kind of stuff. You can use
I'm
a
still
wide range
here.
of words to express our emotions, so the children can decipher them. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't do that. That's part of my problem. I don't use words that children can decipher, so that's why a lot of people misunderstand what I'm saying. Because and not to sound arrogant or full of myself or anything like that, but a lot of times when I talk, it goes right over people's heads. I don't understand that. It does, Arshawn. You comprehend it.
Yeah.
You comprehend it, but you gotta understand, most people are idiots. So
Don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Okay, we just got done. We're in the middle of a conversation about talking about using the proper language. Let's
There are
call
very nice
things for
people
what
on
they
both
are.
sides.
Are there though?
Very fine people on both sides.
Are there though?
I'm joking.
Is it though? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, it's just people don't. It is because people don't. People communicate in different ways.
Yeah.
That's all it is to it. And
that's big facts.
Yeah, if it's not something if it's not a way of communicating that they're used to, there's going to be gaps. It's going to be barriers. That's all. Because, like I said, a lot of times I say things, it just goes right over people's heads.
Candid Ann had shared something with me. Us here, we brought it up this before, so I would suggest everybody take a look at this because Mrs. She said is absolutely right. The language we use a lot of times is so that we can express our emotions to children. So I'm going to reframe what she said. We use our range of words to express things in a simplified manner. Sometimes we oversimplify things that are extremely complicated. So it tricks us into thinking because we've simplified it in language that we should be able to handle it. But these are complex emotions and systems that create the emotions, and we need help with that. Candid Ann has shared this with me one time. So I want everybody to, at some point in your time, search up something called the feelings wheel. And it shows kind of like the hierarchy of different feelings. And there are different versions that have different words in different places, but the overall theme is the same. Just to get a closer look. Sometimes you might feel angry. And what angry might feel, well, I'm mad. And what mad might be coming from. So that angry might, let's take over to I feel frustrated. And that frustration is from annoyance. Or you might be frustrated because you're infuriated. So it just ties in a lot of different feelings. I feel fearful. Why do you feel fearful? Because I feel weak and worthless. So it's like a way to kind of like connect some feelings dots. It's a useful tool for people that don't have words for different for their feelings. I mean, something to look at and consider. I just wanted to bring that up because a lot of times we don't have the proper words to say what something is and what it isn't. We don't practice that, especially now in our place where a lot of our relationships are frayed and failing and people are more lonely than ever. We're not using communication to be vulnerable and to share what's going on with us. A lot of times we're more trying to mask to cope. So that's something that we definitely have to be aware of. Let me see. Limits of bad, angry, sad, and happy, excited, and scared. Yeah, and us adults too. Us adults too. So yeah, there you go. Okay, I should have caught up. I always need to catch up. If I'm wanting someone to really understand me, I try working in their style into my delivery. Doesn't always work. That's thoughtful. That's thoughtful. This is why many of our urban city kids lack vocabulary and are failing tests because parents are very limited while building with their kids. Many can't comprehend the test questions. That's true. I post this often in my stories. Facts, man, definitely. I'm glad Mrs. She said does talk as much as she does about kids. Go ahead, bro.
Mrs. She said, what do you mean by they can't comprehend the test questions? Is she talking about when kids are like trying to do homework and stuff like that, and then the parents are like, I don't know what that means. Figure it out.
Yeah,
that kind of thing. Yeah. Well, Mrs. She said,
times.
Yeah, well, Mr. She said, how the else are the kids supposed to learn? I mean, we can't give them the answers. They got to go figure it out for themselves. I got stuff to do too. I got TV to watch. You know what I'm saying? I got to play video games. I got to cook dinner. You want too much, Mrs. She said. You do. You want parents to do too much. That's what it is. And I dare you to come up here on this panel and challenge me on it. Because I'm right and you're wrong.
That might have to be the 11th. That might have to be the 11th rule. Quit challenging people to come up. Was it Chaotic Truth did it? You keep telling people, cam up.
You're right. But hey, look. If someone says something ridiculous, I'm with Chaotic on that. Cam up.
Sometimes people express their thoughts instead of feeling.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing with that. For me, I don't understand where that comes from. Like, why the parents can't comprehend the test questions. I don't understand. I don't understand that. I really don't. You went through school as well. Now, if it's from parents from yesteryear who had limited education and they had other responsibilities and things like that, that took away from, scholastic achievements. I get them. I get it. Fair enough. But are you talking about a parent of today or my generation? What's your problem? Why don't you understand the questions? Like, why can't you at least try? You know what I'm saying? Why can't you at least try to comprehend it and learn it with the child? I honestly think it's because the parents don't want to do that stuff either. They don't want to be bothered.
And it's a compound problem. It's a compound. The loneliness, the anxiety, the depression is because of the way our society is now shaped. A lot of these parents, especially in the Black community, as far as I say Black collective, let me not use community. As far as the Black people in the United States of America with lower economic standing, you probably have to work more or have more jobs, especially if it's a single parent household. So that's not going to really afford you a lot of time to learn something that's not even bringing money in. Like I'm going to study algebra so I can help my kid learn algebra. I got to pay these bills. So I understand the circumstances, but it's really hard to ask people to do everything that society asks them to do and educate their children because their time is spoken for. You got to make money.
That's true as well. But that's why I said that when you're sitting down, and this is where I need to flesh things out. Okay. When you're sitting down, the kid is doing homework, and the kid says, "Hey, mom, dad, could you help me out here?" When the parent's sitting there with the child and reading with the homework or whatever, I don't understand I don't understand what they don't understand. So they've been through it before, but fair enough. Maybe that's just not your subject. But what I notice is hearing parents talk, a lot of them will stop trying to help the kid with the homework because they don't understand it, as opposed to trying to comprehend it themselves and pointing the kid the right way, or get the kid a tutor, an after-school tutor or something like that.
Costs money.
Well, don't schools offer that? Like the after-school programs? Don't they offer?
Sometimes they don't. But then you also have to have time to spend with the school and fight for a tutor because there might be a wait list for it, especially if you're in an impoverished neighborhood and might be fewer resources, and you still got to get back and forth, and you got to account for your child's time. There's a lot of logistics. There's a lot of logistics.
There's a lot to that. I mean, again, people take what I'm saying and the questions I'm asking it with a grain of salt. I'm not a parent. I've never been one, so I'm speaking from a place of ignorance. I don't know. I'm just spitballing ideas here. After school programs and stuff weren't always available to me coming up, but I thought things had improved. You know what I'm saying? I was largely left to my own devices to figure homework out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Largely. Because now that I'm thinking about it, you're right. A lot of my parents' time was spoken for. A lot of it was spoken for. My mom would get off one job, come home, take a nap, and go to a night job.
Mm-hmm.
My dad would leave his job, not come home, but go straight to a second job. Mm-hmm. And these are two people with degrees.
Yes, sir.
Two people with degrees working two jobs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you're right. A lot of times, people's time is spoken for, parents' time is spoken for. They got to pay these bills. They got to do other stuff. Man, this is a rough one, man. You know what I'm saying?
It's tough. The problems are extremely difficult. And what it compounds, let's take this situation. You have a parent who gets their child's homework, man, you probably have about an hour to get them fed and get them ready for bed. And maybe you're trying to get like a part-time little hustle, night hustle, right? You got an hour time. That's it. So either you can choose to relax, to do something to unwind between your two jobs, or, before you get ready for work in the morning, you got an hour time. I mean, we're talking about people who are extremely like number crunch. They're number crunch. You got this kid, they need help with their homework. You don't know how to help them. So now we go back to the clips we just said. Now you have anxiety. I don't know how to do this. I don't want to look stupid in front of my child. I also don't want my child going back to school not knowing anything because they're going to get a failed grade. But I'm ashamed. I can't tell my kid that I don't know how to help them with this. So I've got to tell them to figure it out. Or because I don't have a lot of relationships, because we just talked about the loneliness as well. I don't have people I can count on to help. So now either I have to take the time to learn something on my own in this limited time that I have available, or I have to admit that my child, I don't know how to help them and they got to do the best they can. Or we can just try to figure it out together. It's extremely difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible. Like Mrs. She said, a lot of people, you got to learn. She said it somewhere. People got to learn on their own. They had to learn on their own. Somebody's got to be like, I just got to figure it out at some point. But it's extremely difficult. Somebody said that. But hello, touching the wire. I don't think I said hello. I might have. I don't know. I remember. But it's good you're asking, Mandrill, because we can talk through possible solutions. Most people don't even have time with their kids when everyone is on a regular work schedule. And like Touching the Wire said, the average American's reading level, when I looked it up, because they said it was like the average reading level in the United States was on the 5th grade level, and I looked it up and it says 7th grade, which is still middle school. These are the people helping the kids with their homework. You have a 7th grade reading level. And we know the word illiteracy. We do not know the word enumerate. We don't know numeracy. That's not in the vocabulary. Talk about reframing. Numeracy is not in our vocabulary as a normal part of conversation like literacy is. So numeracy is more neglected than literacy, and we're reading at a 7th grade level. So our math is going to probably be behind our reading, because the things that measure the ability to understand and work with numbers, that terminology isn't even in our language. Numeracy. How often have you heard that? We talk about literacy all the time.
Yeah, but we don't talk about enumerate. We don't talk about being enumerate. Thing is like say, now that word I'm familiar with. So you said it, I know exactly what it was, but my vocabulary, I understand, is much, much deeper than most people. My vernacular is different from most people, and so people get a certain impression about me when they first hear me talk, like people, do you really talk that way? I'm like, yeah. I've heard you talk white my entire life, even into adulthood. You know what I mean? It's because it's different. And then when I joined the army, I'm going to different countries, learning different words. You know what I'm saying? And different ways of speaking. Mm-hmm. It got deeper, But I've always been this way because you talking to a kid who read an encyclopedia for fun. I was sitting there studying Atlas, a big old book, a world atlas, just to know where things are, just for fun. I was always been curious. I wanted to know. I wanted to learn. Now, math wasn't my greatest subject. I mean, anything past algebra, I'm done. Okay, I passed calculus just because I had to. Yeah. Oh, there she is. Challenge accepted. I see. Challenge accepted. I see.
Harris in the house.
That's right. See, Mrs. Harris, thank you for joining. We might be related.
I'm outside
because we got the same. She don't have the same last name. She and her husband. Yeah.
Greetings, Brother Von Bryant. Greetings.
Yeah. And this whole thing with parenting, though, I mean, because like I said, Rashawn, I remember asking my parents for help with math homework a couple of times, and that was it. Yeah. And that was it. Like, because after that, I just stopped asking them. After the second time, I stopped asking. Like my dad said, "Hey, man, look, I don't understand that stuff." Yeah, but you got a degree, dude, and you got when I saw his certificate, like his. Like all the accomplishments the man made, like this is after he passed, right? This dude has so many certifications, a bachelor's degree, all this education this guy had. Yellow. Yes, yellow. I was a nerd growing up. I still am. But I'm like, how did this? I'm thinking now, like when I was young, how did this guy not understand math? He had to pass it to get all the stuff he get, all these credentials he has, but I don't know where his mindset was. I don't, he's not around for me to ask him anymore. He's gone on to the next life or whatever. But yeah, I mean, parents making time for kids. This is something that I'm hoping, like, if I do have a child one day, I'm hoping I would have time for the child to help them with homework and be there to supervise them and take them to sporting events, because athletics is important to children for socializing, for one. Number two, health. But yeah, I think it's just a sad testament to society that people don't have time to spend with their kids. And I think she said she homeschools her kid, which I think is a shame, and it should be a crime to homeschool your child. That's child abuse. It is. You keep the kids because the kids aren't being socialized properly.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, they need to wait. We need to stop this madness.
They need to go to school and get bullied. They need to get bullied. So I know how to handle that. They need to learn how to handle morons and the like. Okay. They need to learn how to deal with teachers. You learn all these things from going to public school, by the way, public school. But I understand that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll land the plane here and I'll be done. I want to hear from my cousin, Mrs. Harris. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that the parent wants to protect the child.
Can you hear me?
So I understand.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you better if Mandrell would just cut.
I'm just talking too much.
Okay.
That's all.
Entirely. Go ahead, Mrs. She said.
I got to say on here. I want to make sure y'all can hear me. She outside socializing now.
It's cutting in and out.
Yeah. All right. Let me fix it. 1 2 1 2.
We hear you.
I think it's a little bit better.
Nah, I'm outside. We usually set up on a.
Yeah, that connection ain't connecting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go out.
Appreciate you. Hopefully we can get connected soon. Let me see. Mandrell, with the way the school system is and the policies they're passing, hell to the no. No. Yeah.
But OG Patrice, you learn how to deal with different personalities in public school. It might be rough, it might be uncomfortable. I didn't like it personally. I remember there's sometimes I would go to after school programs, right? For tutoring and whatnot, because my family stressed education, and I enjoyed that way more than I enjoyed school. You know what I'm saying? Like school sucked. I didn't like the people there. I mean, I went to school with white kids in Alabama, so when I got home, I lived in an all-black neighborhood, and the black kids teased me for talking white and being smart and making good grades. The white kids, you're black. Yeah, I'm black. What's the big deal? You can't sit with us. Why do black people eat the sandwich like that? I'm eating my sandwich. Just eat the sandwich. Not the weird way. You know what I'm saying? Right, I'm just existing. They had these weird questions, so I had to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? And you have teachers who try to who give you no mercy, no leeway, stuff like that. If you got a question incorrect, they marked it incorrect, even if it was partially correct, but you didn't word it the way that they wanted you to word it. They would mark it incorrect. I'm just like, oh, come on now. What is this? You know what I'm saying?
For sure. I do want to move into the next segment, though. I do want to move into the next segment because there was a conversation that we had. I know it's a hard segue. It's a hard segue. But there's a question that we had in Yella's chat one time. It's also like the ranch conversation we had earlier. Ranch was superior. Everybody in the chat voted ranch except for Risa Neal. But It was clearly ranch. What I know the audio broke up just now, and Mandrill said ranch, but
it depends on the
Ty
when you said that. When you said that, I agree, but it depends on the ranch. Some ranch is too sour, in my opinion. But then there's some that's a little sweeter. You know, the ones that's a little sweeter, that is the bomb because it's hard to find.
Yeah,
it's hard to find that one.
It's hard to find a good ranch.
Yeah, but when you find a good ranch, you have a really good sauce, man.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you with the ranch, though. I agree. When you find a good ranch, you found a really good sauce, man. And like you said, ranch on pizza. It's like, I thought I was the only one who did that. And I dip my fries in it too. You know, so I dip my fries in ranch too. Yep. And you dip the pizza in the ranch dressing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I agree. Ranch.
Sim Simma says, every answer is a good answer. I choose to say we are conditioned at home first. There's kids out here who are excelling because they go to school and come home and do homework and read, eat, then sleep, and repeat, rinse and repeat. And we got Von Eric in the building. I really appreciate you, and thank you for allowing me to use Nephew's track. Definitely appreciate you. Yeah, Ranch was going to win. It was fixed. I had a fix. I no matter what, Ranch was going to be for the win.
The fix was in, huh?
Touch of Noir. What's up, my niggas?
Oh, I got something for that. I got something for that. That word there. Oh, tune in Wednesday.
Oh boy.
I know you say yeah, because I'm gonna give some examples of stuff like, okay, do you really want solutions? Because one reason why I asked is because this is how the rest of the world sees you. And wait until you see what are the examples you showed. But one you hadn't seen yet. And it's gonna trip you out.
Yeah, I feel you. But what word? Anyway, we're gonna, like I said, the hard segue we're gonna take, because this is a conversation we were having over in Yella's chat. Is it a failure, Mandrill and chat? Is it a failure when a relationship ends? So if you know, you recently had a relationship end, you talked about it here on this very platform. Do you consider that a failure?
I'm really hard on myself, so I do. Because it's something that could have ended in marriage, but you got two people who, well, as far as who failed what, there's no answer for that. Like nobody, because the answer would be nobody. You know what I mean? But it just depends on the person you're asking. It depends on the relationship. Like if you're leaving because of abuse, no. You made the right. You left because of abuse. No, So the person who left in that case is not a failure. That's a success. You left a bad situation. But the other person who put their hands on the woman, on the other person the wrong way, the assailant, they failed because look how you treated the person. So my answer to that is it depends. It's circumstantial.
Okay. I can rock with that. I put a poll in the chat, working the poll. It's been a while since I worked the poll, but I agree with you. I agree with where you landed. It's not automatically a failure. For me, the failure conversation depends on what your expectations were. Because if your expectation was just like to enjoy this person, I'm in a relationship with this person, and it ends, well, then that's the term of the relationship. That was just the term that you experienced. Like to say, everything that you've ever done ended. Everything is going to end at some point. So that doesn't make it a failure. Like for me, it was really hard for me to accept everything's a failure. Even if it was a marriage. If the marriage ends, for me, that's not even a failure. Like, because if there's a fail-safe called a divorce to end a marriage. So that doesn't mean it was a failure, because they wouldn't call it a divorce. They would just call it a failure slip. Like failure slip. It would just be a failure permit. It would just be something like that. So I don't think failure is the right word. I know we had this conversation. We talked to it. We came to some semblance of agreement because all of the relationships are hinging on something different. I would say it was a waste of time. And see, I know I learned a lot from relationships that ended. See, only a failure if you can't learn to become better from it. Yeah, learning and growth and enjoyment All of those are valuable aspects of a relationship. Did you enjoy your time together? I think not learning from a relationship that ended as failure. Yes, you failed at that relationship, not as a person. Yeah, I never included as a person, but I mean, even in the relationship itself, it ended in failure. Those are two different words that have two different meanings. For me, if success was being in the relationship and together, then the relationship was a fail. And see, that's it. Because see, you're saying if the success was being in a relationship, I don't consider being in a relationship a success, because if that's probably exactly where the conversation breaks down. But go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think being in a relationship is a success necessarily, because like you just got into a relationship with somebody. Where's the success? And if it ends, depends on the person and the circumstances, you know. But if you're not learning from the relationship, learning to become a better person, you're failing yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'll say about that.
And see, my thing is, it's neither failure or success. Getting out of it and into it, neither of those are what constitutes failure or success. Like that's not a thing. Yeah, it's wordplay. If you define what success is to determine failure, exactly. So that's something Bree talked about a while back, called what is your win condition? And I think that's the problem with a lot of these conversations. You know, like what Mr. She said talked about it earlier. We simplify a lot of things to have, like you said, the general conversations. But everybody goes into something looking for something different. So we'll have a general conversation about, man, why does everybody want a relationship? But everybody doesn't want a relationship for the same reasons. Not everybody wants to be in it for the person they're in it with. Some people want to be in it just so that they have somebody to take care of them when they're sick. You know what I'm saying? So then, of course, if you lost that person to take care of you when you're sick, that's going to be a failure because you're looking for a caretaker. So I mean, it really depends, like you said. It's variable based upon what you go into it looking for. What am I looking for? Because if I'm looking for, like, I'm just in here to enjoy my time, I'm here so I don't get fined, it's not a failure if it ends. Because we enjoyed each other. For the time we had, we enjoyed each other. 6 months, 6 years, 60 years. It's going to end. It is going to end. I agree that you should learn from the relationship so that you don't repeat the same mistakes. And what if there weren't even any mistakes? What if y'all both kept growing? What if y'all both kept growing and just grew in different directions? There were no mistakes. It was just y'all continued to grow and didn't want to grow in the same direction. Maybe one of you grew towards career, one of you grew towards family, and didn't want the same outcomes. No mistakes, just choices. What up, Yellow Pill?
What's good? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you coming through?
All right, cool. I'm out and about. I just wanted to pop up real quick because this is the question we was
Yeah.
talking about.
Go ahead, Playboy.
Yeah, you got that Cricket Wireless. So,
man,
you know.
Let me read Quiet Breeze a comment while he's getting his mic connected. If I went to a con and success was making 10K and I only made 5K, then I failed to achieve my goal. But maybe it was valuable experience. It's not a complete loss. I agree. And that goes back to your win conditions. It's a failure. It's a failure for me. If being in a relationship is called a success, then that's a person's feeling based on overcoming the lack of approval. I like it. So it all
Can y'all hear
depends
me?
on where you're starting from. Now I can hear you. Now you're coming through.
All right. Hold on. Let me get to a better signal. Hold on, because I am outside. Hold on.
Everybody outside. Why y'all outside? Ain't nothing out there. Come inside. Come on in. Come on in. Bree. That's why the goal should at least be simple. Making 10K is a lot unless the items is 1K a piece. And see, the goal, the goal, instead of success or failure, the success or failure depends on the goal. If the goal is just to be in a relationship, then being out of one would be a failure. But I'd hate to think, and I know this is true, I know people do this. I really hate to think that people are just want to be in a relationship. It doesn't even matter what kind. I just need to be in a relationship. I'm winning if I'm in a relationship. Like, that's the win condition. If somebody says somebody's claiming me, oh yes, I'm succeeding. Like I don't
think that's the idea, right? Because I can understand where like life success kind of falls into what we're talking about, and that could be something different. What I'm saying is this though, if the idea is that you do want to have some sense of success in your relationship, right? So if you together and the goal is to be together and y'all don't, then that failed. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it's just a thing of where like, oh, I need to be with somebody to be successful. This is what I was trying to say is this is kind of like leaning into the conversation y'all was having beforehand, where you try to put different words on different stuff to try to comfort how you feel about it or how you look at it and stuff like that. And the fact that we'll tell ourselves that, oh yeah, I got a divorce, so you know what I'm saying. But it wasn't a failed marriage. No, that's you telling yourself that to try to ease the comfort on it. You know what I'm saying? So it does get weird when you try to almost lie to yourself about that factor. You know what I'm saying? If y'all was married, then you know what I'm saying? And it was a failed marriage. Yeah, Bree, that's really where the example come from. I know like basic relationships is give or take. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all together 2-3 years or whatever, that is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But the original conversation did breed from the idea that any sense of divorce would be like a success. Like, oh yeah, it wasn't a failed marriage. They just had to get divorced. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, something happened. Something happened that caused the marriage to fail. You know what I'm saying? It's just like something. It's just like a part of the car. You know what I'm saying? If something ain't working, it's a fail. You know what I'm saying? It'll cause the system to fail. If the alternator ain't working, it'll cause the system to fail. You know what I'm saying? Something has to cause it to fail. Now you can tell yourself whatever you need to move on about it, and that's cool. But like I said, then that's almost leaning back towards the conversation y'all was having. So we keep trying to and I think that's almost why we are so quick to be okay with leaving relationships. You know what I'm saying? Because we look at it and then that's no big deal. It ain't nothing. It's just a lesson learned, you know what I'm saying? We always trying to put these spins on terrible endings, knowing damn well that that's not the case. That ending really either gonna set you back. Ending relationship set people back. I don't really think they too much help people unless you leave in divorce. You know what I'm saying? Leaving because of like abuse or something. Most relationships end and they set the people who leaving them back. You know what I'm saying? Ain't too many people slingshotting forward from relationships ending. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That was just my 2 cents.
I hear you, and I hear y'all in the chat. I'm still not swayed. Because see, like early when you first started saying the goal is to be with this person, your life's goal cannot be to be with this one person. Like, because you didn't even know this person when you started off. Like, so
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hold on, bro. Let me cut you off. That's what I'm saying. Stop stretching it to the extent of my life goal is to be with this person. You see what I'm saying? Don't stretch it that far, because then you're making it.
But we need to understand, where does success and failure lie? So because language is important. So if it's my goal is to be with this person, so if I'm not with this person, it's a failure, then other relationships don't even matter at all. So if my goal, then if you're not saying it's this person, then it's my goal is to be in a relationship. So I need to know what the win condition is. Is it to be in a relationship with this person, or is it to be in a relationship? Both of which for me are problematic thinking.
How so?
Well, one, if I just want to be in a relationship, if that's my goal, that's my win condition, then it doesn't matter who I'm in it with. It doesn't matter what the person is, how they're acting. My goal is just to be in a relationship. And I know a lot of people who either monkey branch or are in negative relationships because their goal is to just be in a relationship. It doesn't matter how it shows up. They just got to have somebody there at night. So that's a problem for me. Then I have to be in a relationship with this person. The problem with that is what I've talked about before is attachment. If I'm not in a relationship with this person, it manifests negatively too, because if something happens, because we're humans, It's not as simple because making a goal another human that has their own desires is problematic on its face. But this person who may have different wants, different needs in their life, or a state may change. Now, when I'm no longer in a relationship with them, I make it a failure as opposed to something ending. So that's why both of those are hard for me to accept. But go ahead. I want to get to the chat because we got a question and a couple comments. All right. I'll go ahead and read the question real quick then. If you apply for a position and don't get it, do you see that as a failure? What do you think, Mandrell?
Yeah.
No.
Could I? Hold on.
Go ahead, Gillen.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, because I'm a bounce off. See, and this is like, I ain't trying to be like that, but that's why I was like, we stretching it too far, right? Into making it where it's this obsessive thing. Oh, you're putting this, if you got to be with this, that's why I was like, the last topic kind of covers what you were saying. When you putting extra words on it to try to make it something else, it changes what you're saying. If I meet a person and I want to be with them and we get into a relationship, the goal is to be together. So yeah, my goal is to be with this person because I chose to be with this person because we chose to be in a relationship together. Now I know what you're saying in the sense of I got to be with this one particular person or I'm not going to be successful. That's not what we're talking about though. We're talking about people who agreed to be together,
right?
And the situation ended.
They made a choice. So if they can make the choice to be in the situation, then they should also be free to make the choice to get out of the situation. Neither one should be seen as a success or failure because it's a choice that anybody can make on any number of factors. That's my problem in what you guys are saying, because their choice is free. It's free will. So somebody can choose simply to say, this is my goal. They can also choose to reorient their goals. So it can't be seen as success and failure. It has to be a condition. I am in a relationship. I'm no longer in a relationship because what I believe is by saying it's a goal, you guys are adding more to it.
Right, and Bree kind of saying it right there. It's like I hear what you're saying, but if the relationship failed, then if the relationship ended, bro, then it was a failure. Something along that line, whatever. So like this, okay, for the person who made a decision to reorient their life, something failed in their perception of what was going on. Something failed. Something didn't go right. Something prevented them to continuing the task of them being together.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It might not be a failure to the person who wanted to leave, but it could be a failure to the person who got left. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I was saying it was circumstantial.
And that's why, right. And that's why I'm like, when you trying to put a different spin on it, then you trying to that's why I say it really comes down to when it's being said is to make the person feel better about themselves at night. You know what I'm saying? Because if we look at like the situation with old girl graduating, talking about she graduated, we know damn well that marriage, we know damn well that was a failure. But she want to spin it as a success or a lesson learned or an opportunity to grow. And that's not the case. That was a failure. That was a family split up. That's a husband sitting there trying to figure out what the fuck going on with his motherfucking wife and shit. Because that was a failure. No matter how good she feel about it or the people that support her feel about it, it's still a failure. Because it ended. Because the goal, when they agreed to, was to be together. Now, if somebody, like I said, so it's really just a band-aid to throw on.
Got you. Again, I hear what you're saying. Let me see. If I get with somebody just for her to take care of me and she has no clue about that, then that's an issue on its own. Great point. I'm speaking about need based on how I try to sell things. If you drowned 140 calorie salad when you eat, is a success or failure? What? If I drowned you 140 calorie salad? I'm not sure what that means. There used to be shame in divorcing. Failure is an opportunity. So if you drowned your 140 calorie salary when you eat it, is it a success or failure? It's neither one. You just ate a salad. That's my point. So the success and failure, like Von Bryan says here, Like Von Bryan says here, is it possible to have a successful relationship but have had different failures throughout the process? And this might be my problem. This might be the way my mind works. This might be the particular way I see things. So let's say you meet somebody and you decide you like each other. You're attracted. You talk to them, you get their number, y'all go to dates, whatever. So you succeeded in getting to know this person. You succeeded in getting into a relationship. Cool. I'll accept that language. You succeeded. So then if you're then saying that you can only succeed by staying in that marriage, because I know, especially when Bree is saying this, because Bree was talking about the relationship itself is based on a lot of different conditions. So if the goal is actually to stay in the relationship, why would you then put conditions on to that could end the relationship? If success is staying in the relationship, you would do whatever it is to stay in it. So I'm willing to accept the way I'm seeing this may be totally off, because most of y'all agree and y'all are very reasonable people. But man, I have a hard time seeing it the way y'all see it. But I can admit that that's probably the way I see it, because there's too many points to say failure, because there's too many different things. There's too many points where something can diverge. There's too many points of departure. There's too many points of interest where people can wax and wane. There's too many different variables for me to put it on success and failure. So the main condition is to be in a relationship together. So I just, again, and it could be what y'all are saying. It could be me wanting to not feel like everything's a failure, because so many things end. This live stream is going to end. This live stream is going to end. Is it a failure? See what I'm saying? Like, I went to school and school ended. Was it a failure? Now I know you're going to say, well, some things were meant to end. You weren't supposed to be online. And I think that's part of the problem. I think part of the problem is we think relationships are supposed to last forever. The only place where we think relationships are supposed to last forever are romantic relationships. Nobody thinks I'm supposed to know Mandrill forever. Like, I don't know. That's, for me, it lands on me different. But it was always intended. I knew that was going to come up. But why? But we know nothing lasts forever. We know nothing lasts forever. We know that. We know nothing lasts forever. So for me, it's a fallacy baked in to think that this relationship is supposed to last forever when there's nothing else in our life that we think lasts forever. The only thing that's told that anybody tells us in life is going to last forever is after we die. There's an eternity. But on this earth, somehow we're supposed to have this one thing which is magically going to last forever. Your beauty fades, your body changes, everything changes, and we have to accept that. Everything changes. Some things won't work. Businesses, friendships. Your parents are going to die off. Your kids are going to leave the house. Everything. But this one thing we want to make a permanent fixture. And I think that's some of the problem in why. And again, this is just me. This is my opinion. Nobody's got to adopt this. I feel like that causes some of the friction in relationships because it puts us a level of onus on it that bakes it in. Yo, you're not connected. Right? Romantic partnership always have a built-in thought of potentially becoming a lifelong partner. And I get that. I'm just thinking there's a shift. Like the reframing, like Yella's talking about, like the reframing. I'm thinking I haven't fully fleshed this out. It's just an idea. You back, Yella? Your voice back? Make it last forever. I don't think you back. What you think, Medra?
What you're saying makes a lot of sense. We expect everything else in our lives to end, but this relationship ending, oh no, this is supposed to last forever.
It's a failure.
Yeah, but I think people want to be optimistic about their coupling. You know what I mean? They're just trying to stay optimistic about it, and there are a lot of different reasons why relationships end. A lot of different reasons. That person might leave you and never tell you why. And that's the worst, because now you're stuck wondering why the whole time. What happened? Why? Why didn't this person tell me? Stuff like that, you know? And it's unpredictable. So you should you expect it to last forever? Well, understand, you're both human. So you shouldn't expect it. You can hope. You can try to make it that far, but and you can hope and be optimistic about it. But I think what it sounds like what Yella's saying is like, be realistic. You know what I'm saying? That's what it sounds like Yella's trying to say. I mean, amongst other things he's saying, let's be realistic about this. There's a big possibility that this ain't gonna last forever. This ain't gonna end in death till death do us part. You know, especially when you look at the way things are nowadays in society. It takes two strong people to make a marriage last. If I wasn't expecting it to last, he could be my friend.
My friend or cuddy buddy.
Cuddy buddy. Yeah, no. Please try to understand what I'm saying, where I'm going with it. Factor in the human element. The margin for error is what I'm talking about. Try to keep that in mind and factor in for that.
Yeah,
you know?
And as far as that, I'm not even talking about expecting. I'm talking about more want. I know it's reasonable to want to spend time with a person. We want a lot of things. What I'm saying is our wants change, and we put a lot of expectation on things that we want now, but we don't want later. Which is why a lot of the divorces and all that stuff. Because I want this now, but I'm not going to want this the rest of my life. So all I'm proposing, I guess, I do wonder if maybe, like Yella has said, maybe I'm not the one on the end of reframing. Maybe people that think I am capable of choosing properly and maintaining a relationship with one human being as life changes for the rest of my life. A lot of us maybe overestimate how complicated that is through reframing and simplifying. So our expectations then, we're disappointed so much because we think we're doing something easy because of the simplified language we put on something extremely complex. It's all reframing, Quiet Bree. I'm just reframing what was reframed about me. It's all framing is a thing. We can't even have a conversation without framing it with certain language. And I said I said maybe the opposing, maybe the accepted view, like the world is round, the world is flat. There have been different and opposing worldviews on things that are not relationships. And they thought the world, the sun circled around the earth, right? They thought that. Then there were some other things that came up and they reframed the way they thought to a more accurate depiction of reality. What I was supposing then is that what if I'm merely picking up on the reframing that everybody else is doing to make them feel comfortable and competent to pick a life partner? That's what I'm saying. What if the way we've been approaching it, why everybody's failing at it, why nobody seems to be able to find it or keep it? Most divorces happen. Most people that date don't marry. All of the things point to relationships are extremely hard and we don't know how to do them. I think there was a JP, our pickers are broken. Our pickers are broken. We don't know how to stay. We don't have staying power. Something's off. So what I'm saying is maybe our frame this entire time has been off. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That could be the case. Or it could be the case that now people have more access and more options, and they're able to take care of themselves and provide for themselves. So there's less of a need for a partner for the purpose of survival. You know, it's the same thing we say about women. They're able to go out and make good money for themselves nowadays. So they want what they want, you know. And so if they meet a guy and that guy's not exactly what they want, they leave and try to find the guy they want. You know what I'm saying? Which is impossible because you're not going to find a person who's everything that you want. You know, it might have all the core features that you want, You know what I'm saying? Where it counts. But there's going to be something about that person that you rather that person not have. You know?
Yeah.
But you got people, men do it too, who look for perfection. They're looking for something very, very specific. And they back themselves into a corner like that. But I think the staying power is because people are, and I said this, I think Friday, that people are very self-absorbed. They're thinking all of themselves and what they want. They're not thinking of, like in a relationship, you should be thinking more so of that other person rather than yourself. And the other person should be doing the same thing. They should be thinking about you more so than themselves, because you're in service to one another in a relationship. The twist is that people will find someone who is in service to the other person, but that person is only in service to themselves. So there's only one person being fed. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a problem with people being way too self-absorbed. They're selfish and only thinking of themselves for the most part. That's where I am with it. That's the cause of the short-term relationships and the lack of picking. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. Bree, I need you to restate that for me, because I didn't understand that in context of the conversation. I know Yellow's got a live stream he's got to get to. I want you to go ahead and get your thoughts out, because I know you got to bounce.
Yeah, I'm still out and about, so I ain't even made it back to the to home base. Yeah. I last little minute runabout, but man, this is getting interesting, because the fact that you said that we want to put this permanentness on relationships with people, like romantic relationships, and I feel like that's why the shit is failing, because we've gotten to the point to where we just approach it as, well, this don't have to happen, so it could be as temporary as possible. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I was trying to not point you in a certain direction, but try to stop you from adding all that extra into it, right? If you forcing a person to stay in, because that's going above what I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of, it's blowing what I'm talking about out of proportion, right? If a relationship marriage, whatever, and y'all agree to be together, even if it change, even if all the alternatives change, it can still be a failure at the end, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we keep running away from failure because we don't want to feel bad about us ending the relationship. Like, 9 times out of 10, ask the person who got left if it was a failure. Don't ask the person who left, because they'll usually tell you that it was some type of plan or it's a lesson learned and all that. But like I said, it's really just something that we put on each other to be able to get us to move past the relationship that we left, or to not become jaded about the next one. You know what I'm saying? But it's not a thing. We can't keep looking at relationships like, oh, well, they ain't meant to last. Then why get in them? Why start one then? If they only gonna be temporary, that's why they failing, because we're approaching it as a temporary thing. We're approaching it as just something to do for these couple weeks or these couple months. We done got too comfortable with it ending and moving on to the next one. That's why we fucked up by the time we get to the next one and the next one and the next one, because we keep jumping into the failure pool because we don't want to see it as failures. But you start looking at your track record and you got 30 niggas on your motherfucking boyfriend list. You gonna start to accumulate some failures. Them ain't victories, because you're not learning. Like, people ain't learning lessons from what they need to do. They learning lessons from how their partner's supposed to treat them. And that ain't how, that's not the lesson you should learn. So a lot of it is this kind of selfish, self-centered stance on, well, I don't have to be here, or no, nobody got to be here. But if we both agree that we want to be here and it ends, then it's a failure.
Okay. I hear you. And I heard something that you said, and hello, Bree. I heard something that you said that there's also a point in this, like you said, is a feeling of failure. You said a feeling. There's a feeling. The word feeling came up. And because I'm thinking through this, I have no intention of getting married. So I don't have a feeling of getting married. Now, I've had relationships end, and I don't feel that they failed. when I think about them, could I accept the word failure? I probably could. They ended. For me, they ended. I mean, that's how I conceptualize this stuff. So my relationships that I've been in have all ended. Some of the people I've dealt with, I'm glad that they ended before some of the circumstances crept up. So I still don't see them as failures. And that's like I said, it might be me. I cannot accept, and it's not about maintaining my feelings. I'm thankful. I have a very pleasant feeling. A lot of these things ended. Like some of my jobs, if I take women out of this, I've gone into jobs. I don't think that every job I've had that ended was a failure, nor do I think it was a success. It just ended. So the success and failure part is those two words, for whatever reason, I can't attach to circumstances. For me, it just doesn't, I can't do it. And it might be like I did that whole Rudyard Kipling If poem. Like treat like success and failure, treat both of those imposters just the same. Like that's a facade, that's a veneer. The success and failure is how we feel about it, not what actually happened a lot of times. Because a lot of times when something ended, we'll recontextualize it later on based on new information. Oh man, I thought I was heartbroken about that, but a year down the line, I'm so glad I got out of that. So that's just, so all of that is recontextualization. For me, the facts on the ground is that it ended. I'm on a factual level, it ended. That's where I stay at. I think the success and failure are both just two sides of people feeling. But I'll let you jump back in. I want Bree to jump in.
Right, and that's why I was trying to keep the conversation away from business and work. This idea of something ending and being a failure really only come down to relationships. Because like I said, most businesses fail. So that's actually a built-in idea of business models, that most businesses you start gonna fail. So approaching it as a failure wouldn't even be the idea, because that's where you're learning. Those are the type of situations where if it don't work, you can learn a lesson. But to this, which you said, like you've been in relationships and you didn't feel like none of them failed. Like, I don't know none of the relationship status, but you would have to be in a relationship with some type of, what's the word I'm looking
I've never
for?
been married. Never been married.
No, not even married. Not even married, because I was in an 8-year relationship that failed.
I think death
Not
would
a
be the
marriage.
only
I was in an
thing
8-year
like
relationship that failed. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have some type of stakes in the relationship as well. If you planning on being together, that's what I'm saying. A random relationship that's been together 3 years probably ain't a failed relationship. But
That's a
relationship
good
B
point to
that
bring
was
up.
8 years, engaged, kids, shit like that becomes a failure. That's why they call it failure to launch. You can set up all the things right, but if you don't launch like it's supposed to, it's a failure. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I see what you're saying, and that's just like a regular ass relationship. And I can concede the point there. You know what I'm saying? But I also think that idea is why regular relationships don't even get to the point of advancing, because we've looked at it as, oh yeah, we could just leave whenever. And it's not about, oh, you got to stay in this relationship even when it's hard. No, we've gotten to the point to where we don't try in the first place. Because once you get to that point of trying to be together and try to be married, yes, that's what's going to have to happen, bro. The unfortunate part of all these single people not really understanding that that's going to have to be the process when you get married. You're going to have to take some shit you don't fucking like. You're going to have to deal with some shit you don't like. You're going to have to work through some problems that you don't really want to work through. Or there's no point of doing it. There's no point of doing it. If you ain't willing to go through them tough, because that's what I'm saying. Everybody want to be there when the times is easy. That's when ain't nobody worried about that shit. But when the times get hard is when everybody trying to find these ways out. Shit get a little hard, everybody trying to find their way out. They don't want to look at it as a failure because they want to be able to move on. No, that was a failure. You left and you caused a failure. So we can't keep looking at everything as temporary. We can't keep being like, oh, well, this not supposed to last forever. Then we shouldn't do it then. Because if anything is supposed to last forever, it's the fucking ceremony where you telling somebody till death do us part. Death is kind of the forever line. At least there.
Well, Bree said it's not.
No, I said death is not. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was supposed to explain it. I get to go next, man. Drill. Don't jump in.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna bounce out though. Y'all, I'm gonna catch y'all later. Peace.
All right. What up, Bree?
I
Brizzle?
came up to just add to the conversation that I think when most people talk about failure, what I'm gathering is most people decide if something is a failure in the realm of feelings, and I think that's the issue. I don't think failure is determined on how you feel about it. Most people have negative feelings about failure. That's why they want to reword it or say it's different. But I also don't think you have to throw out businesses. I think the problem here is that when you have a business, you're going to have a plan and you will determine what success is for your business in some capacity. Therefore, if you fail to meet that goal, then you know you failed. And that doesn't mean that the business has to close. It's like, well, wait, I'm talking so y'all can beat it. Bye. I like how y'all all congregated around me as soon as I started talking. But yeah, I think that in businesses it's more determined to decide what is a thing. But I don't think for most people, they have no idea what success is in their relationship. Most people don't think about what it is, but I think by default, because the condition to be in a relationship means you have to be together to be in a romantic relationship. Then if you're no longer in that romantic relationship, then it fails to exist. It is a failure. And I also think that what people are saying, you guys are connecting a lack of value, complete loss. That's all being thrown into the feelings of failure or what you think failure is, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a complete loss. It doesn't mean it didn't have value. It doesn't mean that you couldn't have positive feelings about it, because I don't think failure is at all related to how you feel about it. I
think you helped me. You just cut out. So watch she's
but
cut
no, I
out
was
or if I'm
just
cut out. What's up, Greg Bryan? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, so like for me, I think for me, I just look at it as a definition. I don't have to feel any type of way about it. I've had things fail that I had very positive experiences with. But failure to me is defined. But for myself, I always go into situations with a goal in mind. And I think even if you don't set a goal in a relationship, the inherent goal is to be together. So if at some point you guys aren't together, then it failed. And I don't know why that. It doesn't mean you yourself carry the burden of that failure. It's two people. So for whatever reason, y'all dynamic ended and the relationship failed. And that doesn't mean, I would say the only way is if someone died. Like if you're married and your partner died, your marriage did not fail. They just died. So it ended because they're no longer here to be a part of it. Other than that, y'all ain't together. A relationship was a fail, unless it was a fling and you're like, in September I'm leaving so we can partake in this as long as I'm here, but once I leave, the relationship is over. That's a predetermined set amount of time that you're going to be together. Therefore it was limited.
Okay.
So no, I don't. It's not a feeling.
It is, but it's not. You're right. There's two things. There are factual failures, and then there are feeling failures.
Right.
You brought up some words. And I'm glad you did. Because relationships have this indeterminate endpoint, there's an assumption that anything short of this indeterminate endpoint, which has no endpoint, just death, anything short of that automatically makes it a failure.
Right.
That's what I'm gathering.
Because most people, I think, baked into most people's idea. Now that could be changing. I'm not arguing that, but baked into the idea of dating and entering into committed relationships with people, there has always been that baked in understanding that if we really hit it off, this goes great, we might end up getting married, which is understood to be a lifelong partnership. Yeah, just in this understanding, marriage is expected to be to death do you part. So I think that's kind of baked in.
Right.
That.
And that's where the problem is. And see, there's multiple problems. There's multiple points of failure. We also live in a society where we also know divorce is prevalent. So how could you bake in till death do us part? Like truly and honestly, how could you truly and honestly internalize till death do us part, where we know divorces are greater than 50% of marriages?
That the marriage vows that you say are the goal. I mean, if you think about it in that way, that's the terms and that's the goal. When you're saying your marriage vows, you're saying the goal. Nowhere in the marriage vows, the point of the marriage vows isn't to say, I know everything that's going to happen and I know what path we're going to take. That is the goal, to be together through sickness and health, to be together until death do you part. That is the goal. So in marriage specifically, if you don't meet that, then you failed. And definitely in marriage, because that is in the vows, which are the conditions of success.
So the conditions of success, as you say them, are to be together through sickness and in health until you die. That's the win condition.
Love and cherish each other, all that stuff
Love and
that you
cherish,
say.
honor
Some
and
people add
obey.
more. Yeah, some people
Honor
add
and
more
obey.
things into their vows. Some people don't read the traditional ones, but the vows to some degree are the terms of the marriage in essence.
Okay.
All
right.
So with marriage specifically, that is defined. Now, regular relationship, I can understand that it's a little bit more vague because it's not stated.
And now my position then. So now that you've clarified, the goal is the vows, to live out the vows. You are supposed to be together until you die. Until you die. Failure is the condition or fact of not achieving the desired end or ends, and the condition of fact of being insufficient or falling short. If your goal is to be with someone until you die, from 20, 25, 30 until you die, which the average death is, I think for women now in America is somewhere around 90, and for men is somewhere around 70.
Right.
So you're talking about 50 years, 60 years, 70 years together with somebody, which is longer than what the life expectancy was when these institutions were built.
Right. I'm not saying that the goal is even reasonable.
I didn't say you said it was. I didn't say you said it was. I'm setting a table here. So if that's the goal, and we are now extending the finish line even further out than it was before, and introducing more societal impediments to reaching that goal, and we don't address any of that, then we have a different failure. Not the failure of a relationship, but the failure of us to actually look at and attack what is, when we're trying to get into a relationship with, if that's the goal in mind, with all of these factors at play, if we're not addressing any of that in the goal, we failed by getting into the relationship, by setting ourselves up with win conditions that are increasingly impossible, improbable to impossible. With everything that's going on, there is going to eventually hit a critical mass where it's almost impossible. It's problematic to continue without adjusting. So the failure would actually be getting into the thing that you know is set to fail.
That's called setting yourself up to fail. But that's still, you still fail if you don't live up to it. Like you're setting yourself up.
I conceded that. I conceded that at the beginning.
What I'm saying.
I'm conceding that it's a failure.
Yeah, like I think you're setting yourself up to fail, because like there's always goal settings that aren't smart, and you can possibly live up to it, and so, but you still fail. Like you still fail if you don't live up to the goals. So I mean, I think I agree in that sense. Like people are setting themselves up to fail for sure. But
and I agree with that. I'm going with the what was said before me. What was said before me was the goal is to get with somebody and stay until you die, and honor, sickness and health, honor and obey, love and cherish. I'm going with that. That's the template that we're going with just for the sake
of the conversation.
For the sake of the conversation,
I think failure can change if you change the terms, but the failure and success is definitely dependent on the terms established as what success is. Now, like most people are not establishing that for themselves, so they have no idea what success is for them. Therefore, you can't have a conversation about failure if you don't know what success is. If you don't have that conversation, then you fall back to the basic technical terms of what fail is, I think. Which is, unfortunately, if you're not in a relationship and y'all ain't together, if you're supposed to be in a relationship, y'all ain't together, the default is you failed. It fails. unless you make a point to say, well, this is what success is for us. And maybe we leave this partnership, maybe we just remain friends. No matter what, we're friends. Y'all started friends, y'all decide to get into a relationship, and y'all say, you know what, no matter, we're always going to be friends. Maybe you could leave that relationship and say that was still a success because we left as friends. Like, you could, but that would be a conversation. That would be something that you determine is your goal of success.
But that can't be, because the goal we've already established is to die together.
No, that's marriage. Like, that's the terms. Now, once again, when I got married, you can pick the vows. I think people just say, oh, the vows are just a tradition. We just say this and then this is it. But really, the vows are really your agreement as to what success for this means. So that's marriage specific. That's why I said in a relationship, just not a marriage. Like, we might just get in a relationship and it's like, hey, we're not putting marriage on the table yet. So we just agree that no matter what, we're going to leave friends. We're never going to let it get to the point where we're going to hate each other. We won't go forward with marriage if it's not working. Then those people can establish that, yeah, okay, success is leaving. That is the terms of success. But I think marriage is different. In America, unless because some people have open marriages, but those define what success is in marriage. I think people are just being vague.
I heard most of what you said. I heard most of what you said. It cut out. I do think marriage is different than any old relationship. I'm just concerned about nobody really addressing the man, the I guess the elephant in the room. But I told Mr. He said I would be with him without marriage forever. He was the one encouraging to marry. I would have continued our union unmarried because I didn't see any successful marriages. Yeah. But I get y'all. I get all of y'all's arguments. I get y'all's positions. I just have a hard time seeing it that way. I don't think I'll ever be able to see it the other way, but I can't disagree with what y'all saying. If the goal is to be love, honor, if you get married and the goal is to love, honor, cherish, and obey, in spite of everything that's against that, I'm with you. Then I can say it failed. I just could never, knowing what I know, think that I was ever going to live 30, 40 years with somebody and think that was a feasible goal. So, I mean, that's why I think maybe I have a hard time conceptualizing that. It just sounds very implausible. So we consider what the relationship did for the people in it. If you both came out the other side better, would that still be a failure? Yes. If it ends, it's a failure, is their supposition. If it ends, it's a failure.
Yeah, the relationship failed. But that doesn't mean that, like, the experience doesn't have value, doesn't mean you can't grow from it, doesn't mean you can't have positive feelings about it. You might look back fondly at that person and say, they're really a cool person, but the relationship failed. I think the relationship failed. It doesn't mean that there can't be any positive. As a business owner, I've had some failures. And I still look back at those failures as positive experiences.
Yeah.
And it made me a better business owner. So I don't, like, once again, failure for me is not a feeling thing.
Yeah.
How you feel about it doesn't answer great. So I don't consider how you feel about a relationship to determine if it was a failure, unless you're telling me that you already had a preset condition for your relationship, like it was only going to last to September. We both agreed that, like, something like that would have to be said to determine that.
This part of the conversation, because we all come to the conversation with different understandings of what each of the terms mean and words mean. So to have a baseline, I accepted Bree's supposition that we're going with the traditional marriage model of till death do part, in sickness and in health, rich or poor, cherish, love, honor, obey, all that good stuff. The vows are the goal, and anything if that goal is not manifest, it's a failure. If the relationship, the marriage failed if it does not sustain. So, I mean, it's a hard one for me to accept, because I also know what goes into some of those marriages that people stayed in. So it's we would have to, again, I'm going to let that go. I'm going to let that die, and we're going to get ready to move on. But was there, Mandrill and then Bree, on this part of the conversation? Because I'm going to concede. You're right. If that's the if Bree's starting point is that the vows of the traditional marriage are the goal, then yes, anything that ends before that then would be a failure. I just never have internalized that as legitimate. So I never start there. I never accept that as a yeah.
Yeah, and also it goes back. I agree with Bree on that one, and what Yella said was really important. Stuff Yella said today was really important too. It's the mentality. What do you think? What do you is what people think of marriage? Their approach to it from the get go. Like if the vows are not your goal, then you got the wrong approach. You got the wrong approach from the beginning. And even it even goes to regular relationships. If you're going in there with the wrong approach, you're thinking that okay, this is something that can end. I can leave anytime I want to. Then what's the point? You're setting yourself up for failure with the mentality from the beginning. Yeah, shout out to Yellow for that. That's something I've actually like listening to him. That's something I've actually officially put into my data banks. Let's save and store that one. Yeah. Go ahead.
What about you, Bree?
No, I just wanted to come up and like say that part specifically, just because I think that I can see that it feels like the same problem we have in a lot of different realms in our life, that we're not able to set goals, define structure, define how we want to be successful. I think a lot of us just kind of feel our way through it, and so when you don't have defined things, you do lean on feeling your way through it, and how you feel about it becomes kind of how you figure out if you want to keep doing that or not. So I can understand why we get to that point, but I do think that, and I actually would say that I think most people are in that school of how I feel about it determines it. But so I do want to say that I understand it's kind of, I think if you stick to the definition, maybe it's a little contrarian in a way because it's a hard line. And I just think most people don't. I actually tend to think most people don't function based off hard lines because there's a lot of negative emotions when you have to stick to those hard lines, because exceptions and all that isn't considered, like how you feel about it maybe isn't considered or anything like that. So I do tend to think most people go the other, like a lot of us feel our way through life.
Yeah, facts. I mean, that's why things are how they are. I guess that's my bone of contention with this. It's like the premise is, let's go with the traditional thinking of this thing. And I'm looking at this world where all the outcomes are telling us we're not traditional anymore. We're very modern. And instead of like, okay, we're modern, maybe we should move in a more modern way. We're like, no, let's keep watching everything fail because we're trying to put new wine in old wineskin. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep trying to play this mismatch game.
For sure.
Like, so that's my mental issue with this whole concept. So I'm not saying people should not be committed. That's not what I'm ever arguing for, but I think it's what Yellow took away from. I'm not saying don't be committed. If you're in a relationship, you should be in it. Like if you start a business, you should be in it. Anything you do, I say you should be as invested in it as you can be. But I also know that people can choose then to remove their investment, or their interest could go in another direction. And I can't control that. And I have to control the controllables, which is my mind, my emotions, and what I'm doing with my time and attention. So that's kind of where my perspective is shaped from. You can fully commit, but I know somebody 20 years down the line can feel totally different. A chemical imbalance. They could have a disease and feel like, I don't want to be dealing with people and a family while I go through it. They could be a million different things. Right. And then I'm stuck holding a bag talking about, well, it's a failure because I've internalized that there was no possible way this could ever end, considering that almost every single relationship ends, and not the way the people intended it to be. Not until death do us part. That's not normal anymore.
Right.
I agree. It matters how you end a relationship. Some people are fearful, and those fears start to creep in. That's true.
And those fears will end the relationship too. Take it from me. I know that if the other person comes into the relationship fearful, that fear is going to manifest itself into that relationship somehow, some way, and that fear is will end that relationship.
Yeah, you definitely can't know like how it's gonna go for sure. And I mean, even if you say those that point, like don't know, just that's the term. This is what we're trying to do here. So yeah, unfortunately, you know, whatever happens, if you don't live up to it. And L is L. Take L.
Bree is currently starring in the underwater production Little Mermaid.
Oh,
That
am I
was
underwater
her.
right now? Where am I?
It was you keep going in and out. You keep going under the sea and then you pop back up and surface and start singing. I
It's
want to
my
be part of their
mother-in-law's
world.
ghetto internet. I'm in my mother-in-law's house.
Man, I definitely appreciate you coming up. I do want to slide over into the last portion. I know I've been dragging y'all around all across the topics today because I planned on doing 2 different streams, but this part of the conversation, I definitely need you guys' participation in. So if you're doing some other things, I did not have any presentation on this part, so to speak. I did want to get into the drop dead gorgeous, and I'll say the John Henryism or the hustle heart attacks. There's a thing where we want our lives or ourselves to look a certain way. And Bree, let me know if you need to drop down. Well, you'll just drop down. I know. Never mind. Forget I said that.
I'm scared to drop down because I might end the stream, so I might just like have to close it out the window. I'm just gonna close the window. Yeah, you can drop me because it's like only an end button. I can't leave.
Oh my gosh. Let me see. Can I do anything? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Close the tab. Oh, please, Lord Jesus. Oh, thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Jesus Christ. Okay. Woo. She's scared. So basically, it's dependent on if your view is subjective or objective. Yes, and I actually had that in my notes. Subjective versus objective. Absolutely. I put object versus subject, but absolutely, that is exactly what I believe that to be. I remember we were talking about that in Yellow's chat too. Some people believe it's the object of the marriage. If that ends, it's a failure. Then there's the subject of the marriage, because again, because if you put the goal on being married and reaching the end point, which is death, then yes, anything short of that would be failure. But I also believe that you could say the subject was marriage. I got married. I married. Divorce is a part of the process of ending a marriage. I was successfully married and successfully ended the marriage. There was no failure there because the process worked as is outlined in the state's response to people coupling and decoupling. So in my mind, the subject of the marriage, it did not fail. The object failed if you look at it, oh no, it's gone, it's done. I get it. But the subject, there's already a part of the process that talks about decoupling. So how could it be a failure if there's a response? If there's already anyway, I think I'm clear as mud on that one. Many fear the feel-good position. But yeah, there's definitely an objective and subjective experience, and it all depends, like everybody said in the chat, on what your win condition is, on what you determine as success. Is it being in it? Is it being in it and it's successful? Is it being in it until you die? There's all these different caveats that you can add on to it. So that's going to be to the person, and that's going to change over time too. Most people are going to change over time. Like even Mrs. She said, you need to communicate and work together to maintain shared goals and goal setting. So even that's a part of the work of a successful relationship, working together to have shared values, vision, and goals. One point on this. My ex was a genius, but poor with bipolar mother. I had to fight tooth and nail to get her through med school. The world is better with her as a doctor. Good job, Greg. Good job. Good job. I know Vaughn Bryant talks about you can divide failures into 3 types: preventable failures, unavoidable failures, and intelligent failures. How would you define each? Preventable failures is something like not even communicating. You can prevent not communicating. Unavoidable failures is maybe like what we're going to talk to next. Somebody dies unexpectedly, leaves the family way prematurely. And intelligent failures. Man, intelligent failures, ooh, I don't even know what that'd be. That'd probably be coming together to determine that your family plan does not include you cohabitating any longer and being co-parenting. What do you think, man?
What now?
Okay, Sanji. What now? Listen, let's go to the last thing. I consider the objective success. Of course you would.
The objective success.
The last
Okay, go
he
ahead.
considered that an objective success because the world has a wonderful doctor because he fought tooth and nail to get her through med school.
Yeah.
So the last topic. on the line, real quick, Mandrill, and everybody in the chat. I wanted to talk about Jackie O was the catalyst, but it doesn't have to be about Jackie O. There's a thing in society where a lot of people, to keep up appearances, are doing a lot of things that are literally killing them, whether it's through cosmetic procedures or through overworking, not attending to their, like we had that videos earlier, not attending to their anxiety, not attending to their depression, not attending to their loneliness, that are caused by a whole host of factors. We are also, I'd say, we're killing off the next generation. We talked about raising our children and helping them with their homework, and people not being able to equip themselves to help their kids. That's also killing off the next generation. We are, in order to look good, to have the things we need, the things we want, to have the money to afford the house, the car, the things, we're to even have our bodies the way they look. We'll kill our hair to have it look a certain way with, chemicals and stuff. We are killing off things. Shoot, we're killing the environment to have convenience. To look good, to have the world appear the way we want it to, there's a lot of carnage happening. There's a lot of death. There's a lot of harm being caused. And I wanted to just have a general conversation with whoever wanted to come up and have the conversation. Again, I don't want to center it around Jackie O. I don't know too much about her, but we know a lot of people who have gone under the knife and had botched procedures that have died. And again, we also know even on the non-gendered, on the male side, there are a lot of men who are working themselves to death. There are now a lot of women who are working themselves to death. And again, it's mostly in a way to keep up an appearance. I want to live a certain lifestyle. I want to appear a certain way. So, Mandrill, I'll start with you. What is your opinion on this trend? If you want to talk about Jackie O, that's fine. But what is your general opinion on this?
I'm going to do a show next week on health, and I'm going to bring up Jackie O and cosmetic surgeries and what's causing people to pass away. Like, I'm going to bring up Jamie Foxx as well, and things with the COVID, the vaccine, and everything like that. But my opinion on this whole thing, it's a self-image issue. It's a self-esteem issue. And people don't want to acknowledge the fact that it has a lot to do with laziness, because the body that they want, you have to ask yourself, why do you want it? And if it's to please other people, why do you want to do that? When, if you want a big butt, squats and lunges. Do squats and lunges. You want a nice body, work out, but that requires a lot of effort. People don't want to dedicate the time to it. You have to eat a certain way. People don't want to dedicate the time to it. It's the same thing with bodybuilders taking steroids. Like, I remember growing up, it was Test, Deca, Winstrol, a couple other things. These days, I don't even know. I haven't even heard of half the stuff these kids are taking today. But it's all to look a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And the damage that they're doing themselves, like you said, they're killing themselves by doing this. But it definitely has to do a lot with self-esteem. A lot with self-esteem and social pressures. Girls see guys who like women with big butts. Okay, yeah. But does that mean you have to go under the knife to do it? Why would you, when you know the risk is the possibility of death is there? Especially now, it's irrefutable. Today, it's irrefutable. There's a strong possibility that you may not make it out of that procedure alive. People are willing to take the risk and pay the money, though. And that person's self-esteem is that bad. That person needs a therapist, not a surgeon. So what do I think about it? Ultimately, it's a sad testament to how modern society is today. What's going on? I think that's to solve this issue, Rashawn. We have to look at what is modern society, what is going on in our society to cause people to feel so bad about themselves that they would take this kind of risk. And that again, that's a much more deep and nuanced issue. But I think that is where the root cause is. Because the root cause is going to bleed into a lot of things: how our families treat one another, what people say to each other, how people treat each other, and that largely contributes to people having low self-esteem, and self-esteem is low enough for this. So, I mean, I just want people to be happy with themselves and not be lazy. You want that kind of body, you have to put in some effort. You don't have to look like a supermodel, ladies. You don't have to look like a swimsuit model either, you know. Be the healthiest you can be for you. And however your body turns out is how it's going to turn out. And it's going to turn out fantastic, guaranteed. If you actually do eat right and work out, you're going to have a very nice body. I found out that I'm in the top 5% on the planet as far as the bench press strength. I found that out.
Hey.
Yeah, I found that out Saturday.
Hey, wow, that's congrats. That's nice.
Yeah, I'm in the top 5% of human beings on the planet as far as strength on the bench press. But bench press is not a actual governor of overall strength. You know what I'm saying? That's just for that exercise. Right. I'm that strong. But, but I'm not, and me, my self-image is not bad enough to where I'm going to, okay, I have to be able to lift more. I need more. No, I'm good where I'm at. If I go out there and get beat up, Rashawn, strength wasn't my problem. Strength wasn't the problem. Yeah, right. You need skill. You know what I'm saying? You need skill. You need competence. Reflexes, things like that. There's other things that go into it. I'm at the point now where it's like it's diminishing returns at this point. There's no real reason to go any higher. It's ridiculous, And it's the same thing with these women with these surgeries. It's tummy tucks and stuff like that. I get the appeal of it, ladies. However, put the effort in for about 6 months. Get a nutritionist, get a trainer, go to work. And I got these businesses. I got kids. Okay, then prioritize your kids and your health. The business you can make more money, especially today, Rashawn. There's too many different ways to make money these days. Too many different ways, especially with someone like Jackie O, who's popular. I didn't know who she was. I had no clue who that woman was until this happened. But people don't prioritize it. They want to take the quick way out. And this is unfortunately one of the prices that you pay. That's my cat. I'm sorry if y'all hear that.
Yes.
Yeah, she's demanding that I let her go outside on the porch.
You better let her out.
She's a girl, so, she's doing what girls do. Walking around the house, making demands. Yeah, wants attention.
Let me see. Bree said they have to stay competitive. Let me see. Sam Simmons said, beauty standards have always been a part of marketing. Some women are on social media thinking they are being recruited for how they think, but it's really on their looks and they know it. And it's a big problem, man. It's definitely a problem. And again, it's not just a woman problem. I mean, guys are starting to get into this too. The body surgery, that's one thing guys are getting into, but also the way everybody's working themselves to death so that their life looks away. So their life can be Instagrammable, so that they can stay in a house, that they could, have all the photos in the cars that they can post. I think social media is driving a lot of this, and a lot of us have forgotten what normal looks like. I think we've forgotten. We've got our baseline is so far skewed and shifted from what the average person can attain on their own without a lot of augmentation, that we're chasing recording death. We're chasing things that were beyond our scope to maintain in the first place. Like, your body is supposed to change as you get old. It's natural. Between gravity and having kids and hormone changes, it's crazy that people want to always look 20 or 30. Like these people who are 90, but their faces all have that cat face, that cat woman face, because they all had that same surgery. Like, why can't we accept, and I know you talked about self-esteem. Self-esteem is definitely tapped into it. Why can't we accept our lot in life? Why can't we accept where we are? Why do we feel like we have to stay in competition as opposed to being able to move into different facets of life? Yeah,
it's vanity. Vanity. It's sad. You have to ask yourself some really hard questions. It's like I used to ask like white people. You're one of the good ones. And I've heard this in the Army. A general told me that you're a credit to your people, son. Would you mind explaining to us the benefit of having a nutritionist along with a trainer? Yes.
Party foul.
That's a party foul, but that's kind of off topic. But
Go ahead.
yeah. Like a general told me, like you're credit to your people, son. I saluted him and he held his hand up to shake my hand. I shook his hand. I was receiving an award, right? And I was like, he doesn't know how offensive that is. Yeah, the facelifts and stuff. And I brought it up to say this. Yes, he had that whole thing going. You know what I'm saying? Right. He had the facelift going. You know, and you have to ask yourself, like, I'm like, why? Okay, but why though? He looks so weird. You know, you can tell his skin was stretched back, you know. And so he had recently had it done. I'm like, that doesn't make you look younger. It doesn't. It just makes you look weird. So if this guy had the right diet and he ate right, he wouldn't have been had the giblets in his neck and stuff like that. I call them giblets for whatever reason. But the benefits of having a nutritionist, you're eating right, so your body ages gracefully. You work out, so your body is performing at an optimal level for your age, height, and weight. And you keep your weight under proper management. Your muscle tone, all these things pay effect. I mean, that's why you don't see me getting super big, because I know that too much is too much. It's too much on the heart. But I'll get into that next week on my show. Tonight on the topic, okay?
Save the good stuff. Save the good stuff.
Yeah, save the good stuff. Yeah, it's vanity, Rashawn, and it's just sick to me. And I'm with you. I shake my head at it. It's sad. It's sad. It's just, and if you watch my content, you'll see stuff like this. But they don't watch my content. It's like I used to ask white people, like I was like, they're like, when they give me all these compliments, I'm like, yeah, but would you let me date your daughter? Everything changes. Everything changes. That's a different story. Everything changes. Oh, I'm not that good, huh? Oh, really? So I guess I'm not that good, huh? It's like people in the chat, if they have a daughter, oh, would you let me date your daughter? Oh, wait. Whoa. Now I know how you really feel.
Ooh.
Now I know how you really feel and how you really think of me. And so people have to ask themselves hard questions like that.
It was easy for me. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. I mean, and I don't mean that exact question, but questions in that category or along those lines. Really tough questions, and be honest with yourself. You know, because if you're not being honest with yourself, I mean, how do you think you're going to be successful? You know, start asking yourself some really hard questions, people. And good Lord,
man, he said, it's easy. It's not easy to get a fupa. Woo, boy, man. I don't know, Sam. It may not be easy to get rid of it, but it feels like it was easy to get. Just keep eating. Just keep eating. It's coming. Just keep eating. It'll be there.
What's a fupa?
A fupa, that is the fat, the fatty upper private area is how I'll say it. The little pooch under your stomach but above your crotch.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's the fupa. That's the fupa.
Okay, I learned something new today.
A little pillow.
Hey, like when people, I learned, like some white dudes were talking. They said, "Look at that gunt." I said, "The what gunt?" I said, "G-U-N-T." Yeah. So what's a gunt? It's a space between your gut, a woman's gut, and her.
Okay. So that's the fupa.
Yeah, the gunt. I was like, oh,
it's this. It's the little.
Oh my God!
The little gel pad right there on the. It's very comfortable. It's very comfortable, but fupas just need to be accepted. After some kids, absolutely. I'm trying to encourage you starting your channel. Man, Joe's gonna start his channel. He's gonna start his channel. That's that front cheek booty. That third cheek booty.
The third cheek.
The front booty.
Y'all are a mess. Every single one of you. Y'all are a mess.
Oh shoot. It's like a tripod. You got one cheek in the front, two in the back. Like a little, that little tripod stand. I like it. I like it. But no, I agree with you. Everything you're saying, man, I absolutely do agree. See him in the social media aspect, and hit it in the chat. You talking about the way our self-esteem, and Bree talking about competitiveness, and I think Quantum said the same thing. I could be tripping. I think all of you are right. I think all of this is actually creating the perfect storm, and society's making so much of this stuff accessible and affordable, and people can travel to get them in Mexico. Like all this stuff is so close within our reach, we think, and perceptibly in our reach that we think we can attain it. But like Greg said, it's not genetically in our bag. So, which is another thing, like on the women's side of it, because again, I say men are doing this stuff too. Men are also working themselves to have a lifestyle that they think will attract the type of woman they want. Killing themselves and lying to have the kind of cars and stuff, all that stuff. Men are going crazy. But on the women's side, and this is a question, and I'm not meaning this to shade women. I saw it one time with this. There was a post. It was a meme. It actually was about Asian women. Some Asian woman had enough surgery that when the kids came out, he didn't think that they were his because the genetics were what the genetics were. But she had changed the way she looked so much that he didn't consider the genetic profile. What about us, though? We have so many people that are getting things changed. We don't know what their original features look like a lot of times. Like, and I know there's some featureism in there, but I mean, when you're mating with somebody, that's a thing. Like, you find out somebody had like this really huge nose, and you're wondering, like, she's got a nice slim nose now, and then you've got a normal nose, and all of a sudden you got this kid with this like astronomical nose. But the genetics are what the genetics are. Like, what are you going to do? What are we going to do when we don't know what people actually look like? I mean, because it's kind of like that now. To be honest, it's because women are the selector sex. They compete with each other. Ask a straight dude to name 3 supermodels. Dag, I really don't know 3 new ones. I don't know 3 current ones. I know some old ones. I know Naomi Campbell. I know who's the one that just Giselle Bundchen and Tyra Banks.
Yeah.
I could probably name like 2 more. A.O. McPherson, I think, was one. Man, that's the old ones. I don't know anybody now.
Bo Derek from way back in the day.
Ooh. To that point, blonde hair is going extinct because of hair dye. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't like blonde hair either. It's just like I've never been a fan of blonde hair ever. Dark hair, brunettes. It's my thing.
Wow, so you don't even know what traits are being selected when you're selecting anymore. And then blonde hair is just getting not selected because people didn't know that they weren't blondes. That's interesting. I never even considered stuff like that. I never thought about certain traits just getting like weaned out of society. Never thought about that at all. So who is holding up supermodels as the ideal body image? Are they? I don't see people trying to be supermodels in all communities, Greg. I'll
Not
say
anymore.
certain people. Nah, there's IG models in my demographic. IG models are the models that people are trying to look like. I don't know about the supermodels. If they don't show the pictures of how they naturally look, that's on the other for not asking. That's true. You gotta ask. You gotta do some background. It might be because right now IG models are a big thing. Everybody wants to have a big booty. They want to have that cinch waist. That's a big thing. But let me ask you a question, chat. Let me ask you a chat. Why do we chase happy on the outside so much? Why can't we ever chase internal happiness? Why can't we ever chase joy? Tia Mowry. Why do we try to make it why do we always try to make it happen from the outside in instead of from the inside out? Why do y'all think we try to follow that path? Do you think it's just easier for us to try to change the stuff on the outside as opposed to what's in? I mean, I don't know. Because to me, I could be tripping. For me, it seems like it feels like it's easier for me to try to work on and it's not easy. I'm not saying easy. It's harder for me to try to control this other stuff because the other targets keep changing. The other targets move. Like what you're supposed to look like, is it light skin season, dark skin season? A lot of the other targets move. Like the price point is moving. Everything is moving as far as what other people think you should look like, what your life should look like. That's hard to control for. Like, it seems like it would be easier to find happiness within yourself than it would be to try to find it outside of yourself. But again, that might be just where I've landed. I know I wasn't always like that. But what do you think, man?
Yeah, I think loneliness has a lot plays a portion in this equation as well. You know, people do need human interaction. We need human contact, but you're largely ignored or picked on or shunned. There you have it. You know, for some people, their constitution isn't that high or that strong, and that's all it takes. I need the inside filled.
That was the pause moment. We need to find a word that's pause, like that women use to pause. Guys have pause. What can women use? Like, instead of, we need something for women that women.
We need a woman to say that. And they says, I need the inside filled.
I know. I was like, pause. Now, Greg, don't tell me my life is undeniably sad, Greg. It's undeniably sad. And we are addicted to short-term appreciating. Man, we are. Thank you, Vaughn. Are you speaking spiritual?
NA, are you speaking spiritually or what? Because if you're talking about the physical, I might have some services that I can render now.
That weird, sir. Don't go there. Don't go there. Jesus Christ.
Von Bryant, man. Shout out to Von
Fast
Bryant.
forward. We don't have them problems. Inside takes looking deep at yourself. Looking deep. Yeah, most people can't face that pain. Now, that's true. That's a good point. Because as we've seen, it's really hard to get past. The ego. It's really hard to get past the ego to look at yourself. And I got to make sure I don't forget that, because I know I was a knucklehead for a really long time. I'm still knucklehead-ish. It's just different. But man, I'm old enough, so maybe I just learned. I learned that the stuff on the outside didn't make me happy. So I'm speaking from a place. I'm looking at a hindsight. So yeah, ignore me. Because I tried the other way, and it didn't help. I tried the other way, and it just left me. Yeah, and they got both ankles showing. That wording was my fault. I have to give you a pass. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I do have some human contact. I do have some.
Oh my God! Look at what she said there.
A couple friends.
And they said, "Where's the oil?"
The wording, man.
I'm just saying, right? He's asking about being
you say you need to be filled on the inside now. Are you talking about spiritually or physically?
Spiritually. Jesus Christ. So changing on the outside, people can accept that version of you instead of seeing the ugly parts within. I know, and they. Von Bryant, where's the oil? I need to be filled.
Yeah, you see how this conversation goes? Like, this could, like, you see how this conversation is going? Von Bryant, where's the oil? Like, that's what got me when she asked Von, where's the oil? I'm like, no, wait, it ain't. Hold on.
Pray for me quick, Brother Vaughn. She needs to pray for. Pray for her. She need hands laid on her. Oh shoot! I'm sorry. But yeah, listen. I mean, when you feel the inside, God does get mentioned a lot. I mean, Greg. I can't stand you. Let me end this poll so I can see what that said, because I was being ignorant. Oh man, Drell, I'm sorry to shade you like this. I'm so sorry to shade you. I asked the question, right? Would you let Mandrell date your daughter? 25% said yes. That's the good news.
Only 25%?
25% said yes. Out of 8 votes, 25% said yes.
Out of 8 votes, 25% said yes.
Yeah.
Not even 4 people said yes.
Listen, man.
You guys gotta be kidding me. What is this? See, now I know how the audience thinks. What the audience thinks of me. Now I know.
2 people will let you marry their daughter.
2 people. Von Bryant was not one of them. Kawhi Bree didn't even participate in the survey, guaranteed.
I want to be inside.
Greg Bryant didn't do it. Ine, she probably said no to. And I feel betrayed and hurt. I mean, anointing. We know you meant anointing oil. We know.
we know.
But what kind of anointing are you talking about?
We're going to see the outside first. That's a good point too. Going back to the whole social aspect, going back to the whole social thing. That's true because people are going to judge the book by its cover. So everybody's trying to live on the outside because that's what people are going. Your opportunities are going to be based on what's on the outside. So I can. It makes some sense. Let me see. I think people need to highlight their inside more than they do instead of looking for that instant appreciation because the truth always comes out. It comes to the surface. It comes to the surface. One of them was white. Okay. I am offended, sir. My fictional daughter can date whoever she wants. There you go. You got a vote from a white man who said his daughter can date anybody she wants. There you go. And I can't vote because I made it. I made that. That was a Greg Bryant. He said you could date his daughter.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I am offended, sir.
You cannot date Inya's daughters because of your friends. See,
why is this?
Your circle caught up to you.
Who
Can't
says
date her
this?
daughter. Inya. Ha! And Inya both said no. You can't date their daughter. See,
Yeah. Inya and it because of Mandrell's friends. What do my friends have to do with anything? Like
you are the company you keep.
I am not the company that I keep.
I mean, that's the phrasing. I've seen you to operate differently in different spaces, so I try not to hold you to this one space I've seen you in where I really disagree with people because I've seen you operate differently in all the different spaces I've seen you in. And for some people, that's a problem. For me, as long as you don't act like that over here, like it's a barbershop, I'm cool.
Well, yeah, people have to understand where I am. Like, if I'm in barbershop, you want to get a word in edgewise, you're gonna have to take it and just kind of barge in. You know what I mean? I've tried getting a handle on the panel before, but hey, that's just the way it is. Hey, that's barbershop. You know?
Yeah. We've all accepted that. We've all kind of accepted it is what it is now.
And because
what
of my
it is
friends.
now.
Because of my friends. My friends have nothing to do with me and my behavior. I'm hurt.
Do you guys
Inya and Ine, she said, I was one of the 75. She wouldn't let me do. And she would be. Here's the thing. That's the crazy part. They would be in such capable hands with me. Like it's ridiculous. But then women pick poorly. You guys are proving those guys' points. The guys who say that, you're kind of proving their point with this one.
Just like girls' trips are to hook up with other people, like guys say, the game is cold but fair. I like that reason.
I wouldn't say fair
a lot. I mean, because girls are players too. Like it's even-handed because everybody gets done dirty. Everybody can get done dirty. So I'm with that. Oh, you got more feedback from the chat. Like, I'm gonna quit reading these. Man, Terrell be too unaware. You be too unaware to marry her daughter.
Too unaware of what? You gotta be more specific.
Unawareness. You're unaware of what you're unaware of.
Oh,
you have an unknown. You have an unknown. That's a blind spot. Unknown.
That's fine. You know what, Bree?
You need more known unknowns.
But it's a known unknown. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, how are you going to hold that against me, Bree?
Nah, man. Let me quit. But just to wrap up, I know we didn't spend a lot of time on this. I thought maybe more people would come up, but I didn't move through the topics as quickly as I thought while people were hyped up about the rant. I thought it was going to be like within 2 hours. I thought it was going to be a 2-hour stream, but overextended in some topics. That's on me. I thought some people might come up on the last topic to have more of a panel, but while I just got Mandrell in the chat, do you think, I mean, because we're talking about this, all social media, a lot of this is social media driven. A lot of this is self-esteem. Matter of fact, let me ask you, what do you think? What do you think is practical based upon how people are, based upon how we're showing up in the world today? how would you suggest people moving from where they are now? Like if you knew somebody, like somebody you cared about, let's say your sister was like, man, Drew, I'm really feeling the pressure in the industry and I want to go to get a BBL to get more roles.
No.
How, I mean, I know you say no, but how would you rationalize? How would you rationalize?
I would tell it, listen, baby girl, that's not worth it. It's not. You run the risk of dying, literally dying for this, for just a chance, and not a very good chance. You know, it may raise your stock, but how much? And then it's going to limit your roles in other things too, because some characters don't have that body frame, and most characters you would play in a movie, a film, or a television show don't have that body shape. So think of that. I would rationalize it that way, you know. And plus, with their health, you know, we still don't. It hasn't been around long enough. We don't know what the long-term effects of putting this stuff in your body is, or having this kind of procedure. We do know that there's a chance of death. Why run the risk, and why do this to yourself? I'd have her answer me. Why? If you can't, and I tell her, if you cannot answer that, don't do it.
Why? But she told you, she really, now if it's a legit, she just really strongly feels that it would enhance her opportunities. You asked why, she told you, I really just want more opportunities in the business. People like that built like this are getting more looks. Could you legitimately argue that when the stats are like you see these people out there that are getting
it's
more?
I tell you, it's not worth it, baby. She and I've had conversations, not about this, no, but other things, you know.
There's always something. There's always
something. There's always something. So, and it comes down to that. I tell it, it's not worth it, baby. It really isn't. Is it going to change who you are as a person? Is it, or getting this procedure, is that you? Or, you know, doing this, doing that, is that you? Is that really you? And she's like, no. There you have it. It's not you. Be yourself. If people don't like you for yourself, oh well. Their loss. You know what I'm saying? They'll never have what they could have had. And that's their loss. So, I mean, I've always preached to her to be herself, no matter what, whether people like you or not. That's irrelevant. Be yourself. And plus, one of the biggest lesson that our father taught us while we were growing up was to think for yourself. He would always say that, think for yourself. Don't ever let anyone think for you. Think for yourself. And I bring that up to her. You know, you letting other people. So we're letting other people think for us now. You're gonna let other people dictate what you do to your body. You know, so that's how I would rationalize it. Like, is this really you? And I would venture to say that most people who have this procedure, it's not them either.
Well, that's interesting.
That's just weights to girls' labias because.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
I don't know about interesting, man. That's
I mean, but it's interesting to me the different things that we'll attach value to.
Yeah.
Especially things that are superficial and the
it's
links
a bit extreme.
No pun intended. The links will go to have the look that we think is desirable. And maybe it is desirable to the group of people that we're trying to market to, the people we're trying to get, you know, whatever. It's just interesting. Your vulva is fine. Leave it alone. I'm sure dude's ever been like, nah, pass on that vagina because of your labia.
I want to know from NA, why would she not let me? Why would she not be cool with me dating her daughter? NA, Inya has already answered. It's because of your friends, which is those guys have nothing to do with me. But
but see, here's the issue, Mandrill. The people who do that has those around who support that. It don't be people begging them to not do it. Environmental rules. Yeah, the environment does set the temperature, man. It sets what's favorable, what's likable. So I mean, culture has a big part to play in this. Culture and society have a big part to
Mhm.
play in what drives people to the decisions they make. But at the end of the day, we have to sit in those dynamics and decide for ourselves what we're willing to and not willing to cave to the pressures of. I would definitely, based on today's conversation, tell everybody to not let the societal pressures make you feel like you need to compete beyond that which is reasonable. And you have to determine what's reasonable for your life. Death is not something that you should take lightly, especially once you've got, I would say, marriage and family on the table. Some things probably should be just taken off of the table completely, and one of those things probably should be your body on a cosmetic table. These feelings to need to compete and to maintain an image are driving men and women to the conversations we had earlier: loneliness, anxiety, and depression, because they never feel like they are enough. Changing superficially will not keep you in a relationship or the type of opportunities, because no matter what, you'll always be chasing a moving target. So when the relationships or opportunities dry up and they end, I would say still, don't consider that a failure. It's time to adjust and evolve, and not through augmentation of your body or trying to work yourself to death to live a lifestyle that you cannot afford. But the one true way to make sure that you never have any of these problems at all is to make sure ranch is the sauce that you put on all of your food and all of your side dishes. All of your side dishes. And then the rest of this stuff just falls into place. But I want to ask Mandrell, let me see, stop basing any of your choices on famous people. That's facts. They're more like cartoon characters than real people. And I don't know about it, but Mandrell, do you think DC Young Fly told Shawty not to do it? I
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I'm not sure you're ready for my play daughter. My play daughter told me X, if she got a BBL, then I will leave her. Man, listen. She said, boy, stop. Just because you hate the white sauce. Greg, okay. Greg would find this at least ignorant, even if he wouldn't find it funny. Greg Kawhi Bree hates the whites. The white sauce. The white sauces. But I do want to go ahead and wrap this up, because again, I wasn't going to do a lot of topic. I wasn't going to do a lot of study on Jackie O, but I know we all have a feeling and a thought on people who are doing body augmentation. We all have a thought and a feeling on people that are working themselves to death. Both men and women. Men are doing body augmentation now too, and
yeah,
the
guys
people
have been
who are
doing it.
working
Like
themselves to death. Yeah,
they
the
get
men
calf
and women are
implants.
working themselves to death now to live a lifestyle that looks good, but it's killing them. It's killing them on the inside. And they're doing the augmentation that's killing them on the outside. It's crazy the things that we're doing. So, Mandrill, I do want to let you get like final thoughts on this topic that I'm going to talk about tomorrow's streams. I may consolidate tomorrow's streams too, instead of trying to do two separate ones.
Yeah, guys do cosmetic surgery. You got guys who get calf implants in their calf muscles, pectoral implants in their chest, abdominal implants, which is the most ridiculous thing. Yeah, it's all vanity and lack of self-esteem. They want to look a certain way, but they may not have the genetics to look the way they want to look, and that's unfortunate. But that's just your lot in life. What makes us? What puts us in a position to make us not want to accept our lot in life? Vanity, and social pressures. So I mean, like, that's my take on it. But people, please, I implore you, don't go the route of plastic surgery unless you absolutely have to. If you have a broken nose or something like that, you might need plastic surgery to fix that. Cool, go ahead and do that. But only if you need it. But if you want to look a certain way, like get the Brazilian butt lifts and stuff like that, people, the science is in, the data's in. Too much risk, not enough reward. all for you to walk around and look like you've got 2 beach balls in your pants. I understand. Like, it's cartoonish proportions. You know, most guys aren't even into that. But hey, ladies, we again here you got guys on the panel again giving you the answers. Are you gonna listen and take heed to the warnings, or are you just gonna keep doing what you're doing? I mean, I understand. I mean, half this a lot of stuff these days. I mean, I wonder why even bother. People are going to continue to do what they want to do anyway, regardless if they know the dangers or not. Anyway, that's it, Arshawn. Before I get off into something else, I didn't have much to say as far as final thoughts. I thought we said everything during the stream. But to wrap it up, rewind and go back to what Yellow was saying about marriage and relationships. Bars. Because he was spot on. Yellow was spot on today. He normally is, but today, home run. Home run. Yeah.
Ranch is the ultimate sauce. Bree just wasn't raised poor. It's understandable. Facts.
Okay, so you said marinara is not good?
No, marinara is good. This is not ranch. There's a few things I can put, like pizza, anything Italian related, like the pizza pasta, marinara is great. But I can't put like marinara on my taco. I could put ranch on my taco. I've
never tried that.
It would be delicious.
What brand of ranch dressing? Okay, what brand of ranch do you like?
Oh man, the last one I had was an Ortega Chipotle ranch. It might have been Chipotle, but it was some kind of Southwest ranch. That's the last one I had, but it was like made by Ortega. But I do not like the shelf stable. I cannot eat shelf stable ranch. It's got to be the refrigerator kind. Like Marzetti has like a glass jar of ranch. It's pretty good, but I typically add a little bit of dill to it. But I need typically it has to be buttermilk ranch, and I add like a little bit of dill. But I'm gonna read through the comments, but I want to tell y'all what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm probably going to consolidate topics. I may or may not. But what I'm doing tomorrow. Last week we had a contentious argument that broke down when Yella said therapy doesn't work, and it broke down when he said spirituality doesn't work. And there were a lot of things. I know Quantum, who's in the chat now, had asked me questions about that as well, and I didn't really give a full answer. So each one I want to give a stream to, because therapy not working. I want to point like the pros and cons of therapy, but I also want to make sure I give spirituality its due. So the thumbnail with Big Jesus, Big Buff Jesus, because there's a lot of strength in a spiritual system that is centered around Jesus and the Bible. I could argue for that all day. I could argue for that being a compulsory state religion that everybody had to. I could live with that, because I understand it in a way where it would be so much better. Like Bree talked about how we're kind of having these unstructured goals and kind of unsettled. I could easily let that be the template for society. I know we tried it before, but it needs to be more enforced and not letting people who have money or power get away from the rules and adherence to it. So, I mean, religious and spirituality, I believe Jesus and Christianity has a lot of value. Even though I talk against it, I also learn from it. I changed my life because of it. I just can't adopt it. And the way people practice it, I also want to explain that I do understand that there's a difference between the people who claim a thing and that live a thing. So that's going to be the one with Big Buff Jesus. And the one for therapy, we're going to talk about therapy a little bit, because I'm a proponent for therapy, but I also see its limitations in a lot of ways. So that's what we're doing tomorrow. I may consolidate those streams. I may not. I don't know. Just keep a lookout. If I do, it'll be same time tomorrow around 4 p.m. I'll consolidate on the 4 instead of doing 1 at 1 and 1 at 5. 9 times out of 10, I'm going to consolidate. So prepare for me around 4 p.m. tomorrow. So I don't think I want to do 2 separate streams. So let me run through these comments, right? It was a hypothetical question, Mandrill. No one is allowed to date my daughters without Hub's approval. And plus, they are youngins. Men are getting high surgery. That looks so painful. I think the overwork is a bigger issue. The overwork is a bigger issue.
Yeah.
fewer people are getting cosmetic surgery than the people who are not only killing themselves with work and stress, but also killing their family through neglect because they're having to spend so much time. Like we talked about the homework thing, can't even help your kids with the homework. Like death is death, whether it's the long death or the short death. It really doesn't matter. But the overwork is a bigger issue because people can't afford to live and people are trying to do it on their own, which goes back to our relationship topic. People, these committed relationships, I mean, they might be helpful, even financially, practically. Make you work is almost unrecognizable. I'm an ugly dude, but I'm a good ass time. I'm okay with it. That's what's up. Yes, men are getting weave beards. Don't shade the weave beards because I want one. When a girl laughs, her eyes are closed. Ugly dude science. And it's so beautiful too. I love it. Exaggerated body parts. Interesting. That's what Mandrell's giving final thoughts. Men are into big asses. Get out of here. I mean, we are. I think we take anything though. In NYC, Spanish dudes making they shorties get enhanced. Ooh, cultural. Ooh, is it cultural, regional, or universal? Women out here getting all kinds of clout and bills paid for having specific body types. That's real. It's real. The stripper aesthetic is big. Stripper is the closer you can get to the stripper aesthetic is big. It's unfortunate, but it's big. Oh, I'm not being told to behave. I figured out what your name means, Quantum. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me do 78 squats real quick. You were talking about getting the oil and you wanted somebody to feel you. You better quit doing squats. You better calm down. I definitely was raised poor. Oh, stop. Brie, and they still complaining because they can't keep a good man. That's true too. We were eating Jet Puff toast because someone gave us a big ass tub of it and there was nothing else to eat. Judging from your stance on gray sweatpants, I get the idea you are a size queen. Then I found out you were 5'1". So you make big things disappear inside small things. Oh, look at Greg Bryant. Okay. Yeah. But he said men don't like that, Sam. That's a lie. Well, men do like it. What men don't want to do is settle down with it a lot of times.
Right. We're not gonna. Yeah, we'll rent that one, but we ain't gonna buy that model.
Yeah.
That's a toy. That's something to play with.
But that's like we're talking two different populations. Also, the people that wouldn't settle down with it, he's probably not the one that he's probably not the one that she would look for anyway. Right. She looked like so. It's like we're talking past each other on that men and women thing. Therapy works. People just don't put in the work. I'm gonna tell you though.
There you go.
Sometimes therapy don't work, and I'm gonna just a preview. Like we are under the assumption that every person that becomes a therapist is qualified. That's not the success rate of education. That's not how it works. Not every lawyer is a good lawyer. Not every doctor is a good doctor. Not every therapist is a good therapist. Not just because their education and understanding. Sometimes it's because of what's going on in their life. They just are not going to give you the time and attention that you need to work through your problems because they're just not in the headspace for it. And they're not going to just stop practicing because they need money. So, I mean, there's all kinds of different things that I just want to open up the table and talk about some of this stuff because there's a feeling like, okay, well, all of the people that are doing therapy, they're all qualified. No, a lot of people are just with some terrible, terrible professionals or people who are unprofessional. Rashawn, name something that you put ranch on that we would all be surprised. There's probably nothing you'd be surprised. I mean, burger, it could be on taco. I've had it on tacos and burritos. Fries, chicken. I can't think of anything that I wouldn't have it on that y'all be nothing. I don't do a lot of weird food. If you want weird food, talk to Inya and Bree. Again, I will never get over the fact that Bree puts craisins in her tuna. Inya, who hasn't done it in a long time, she says, but would dip her tuna sandwiches in like Hawaiian punch or pour Hawaiian punch on her tuna sandwiches. Like that was I love white bread and some ranch and a poor person's gonna be all right. I like it. I'm a carpenter. Flat as a board and easy to nail works for me. Hey, squats and lunges. That's true. He did say that. Then that would be the therapist, not the therapy itself. Well, the person that's going back to the relationship conversation, to the person that it ended, it would be a failure. To the person that got the bad therapist, their therapy would be a failure. Their therapy would not be any good because of the therapist. So I get you though. I know what you're saying. You're right. They say most therapists need therapy, and they do. And that's another component. It's legit though. A therapist who is just think about it. Like let's remove therapy. Let's remove professionality. Let's talk about humans. If somebody comes and talks to you for 8 hours about the worst stuff going on in their life, imagine how you would feel at the end of that 8 hours. Now imagine that doing that for a full week. Let's say 4 to 8 hours a day. You spent listening to the worst things going on in people's lives. You're going to need somebody to unpack this stuff too. So I get it. They need therapy because they're taking on the worst of what humanity has to offer. The deepest, darkest stuff in people's talking about therapy. This is just a real life anecdote. Real life anecdote. When I was younger, I was a teenager. Somebody contacted my mother and said, I have to warn you that and we don't even know who this person was because of confidentiality. But we were warned. We were warned that somebody had disclosed in therapy that they were fixated on my at the time my child's sister. They were fixated. So for safety's sake, they wanted to warn them because of this person had these leanings. And of course, because of whatever, they hadn't done anything, but in therapy, they had disclosed this fixation. Nothing ever happened. We don't know who the person was. Hopefully therapy worked for them. But it's important. It's very important. Therapy is an important tool. It is meant to keep people safe. But imagine taking that home with you. Imagine being at work and somebody's talking about the things they want to do to other people. Imagine sitting with that knowledge. That's crazy. I couldn't imagine stuff like that. Sure do. I got caught up glorifying education level achievements. My bad. Oh no, you good. But it's a thing though. It's a thing. Craisins and tuna slap. Nah, I'm good. I know this is the wrong crowd by mayo with French fries. I've heard that was good though. I've heard it was good. I'm going to imagine that craisins and tuna is a lot like fruit in my chicken salad because I do eat fruit in my chicken salad. If you want a nice butt,
heresy.
Being flexible is more attractive than any particular body type.
Because I like to eat fruit in my chicken salad.
I mean, it's delicious. Grapes, raisins.
Listen,
It might have been raisins. It was grapes, grapes and walnuts.
Yeah, it's something I can't. Here's the thing. I'm kidding around, but I do get the appeal. It is tasty. It is, to be fair. However, it's not something I can eat every time.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's too much for me. Like there's too many flavors. You know what I'm saying? Like after a while,
yeah,
I'm like, all right, I'm tired of this. Let's go back to the regular stuff and get some like potato chips or something to go with it. You know, but it is good. Yeah, can't deny that it is good.
And again, quantum. I get you, and I'm not saying you're wrong. But for the person who's saying I had a poor fitness trainer and it was trash and I didn't get any fitter, I didn't get any more fit, then the fitness did not work for them. And that was contingent upon the fitness trainer. But I understand. This is extremely being pedantic and technical and semantic. So ignore me. We're both right from a particular perspective. So anybody that's experienced like a couple of bad therapists, like doctors, a lot of people don't trust healthcare because no matter how many doctors they've gone to, they've not received adequate care. People have died because they've gone to multiple doctors and have not received adequate care. That was because they had terrible doctors and a terrible healthcare system. So the healthcare system did not work, even though healthcare does work. So that's kind of like what I'm saying. Healthcare therapy does work, but it may not have worked for people that say it doesn't work. They might have tried 1,000,000 times. Didn't Serena Williams almost die in healthcare? Because people don't sometimes take your problem seriously, and it can lead to catastrophic failure. What is the point of having a woman if she might break when you play with her? That's what the oil's for. And they said, go get the oil. I think therapy works for women, but doesn't really do much for men. And see, I want to talk about that too, because I think talk therapy might be more useful for women. As people are losing their friend relationship groupings, as people are losing their friend relationships, I think therapy serves as friend and confidant. I think that's what it's doing for a lot of people. The relationships that we're losing in society, therapy is taking the place of for some people. And that works for women who do a lot more talking as part of their relating. I don't think that works as well for men. Don't hate on the uniqueness of our good choices. Nah, they're unique. But you also call sour cream roach vomit. So take everything with a grain of salt. But potato salad is yuck. Food choices. All right, man, Drill. Now I appreciate you hanging out. I'm probably going to go ahead and consolidate those streams tomorrow, like I did today. Just run something for like 3 to 4 hours, as opposed to doing 2 separate streams. Unless I don't know, you never know how the religion is going to go, because religion might get contentious. But again, I'm planning to agree with religion tomorrow. I'm planning to agree with spirituality. I'm going to advocate for Jesus tomorrow. My other side. I'm going to bring that other side out to balance out the scales. Let me see. They said I eat like a Karen anyway. You do. You bougie. Please don't like me and hit the like button. After 2 hours of watching, you can do it right now. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Talking about a problem is productive to women. It's just talking about a problem that you are not doing anything to fix to men. Right. You said please on what? What did you say, Andrew?
I was just mocking
Von
Bryant. That was all.
Von Bryant.
Yeah. But yeah. Wednesday show is gonna be people don't watch my content.
Oh yeah, I caught up. I caught up on the he says she says last night. So tonight I'm gonna get at least 2 of your streams in. I'm gonna get at least 2 of your streams in tonight. That one I want to get last night's. I'm gonna see what last week's was, but I also want to get the one where you had Chicago Rilla. I want to get those 2 in for sure.
Okay, yeah. Chicago Rilla. I really am grateful that the brother he made it to the show. Yeah, I'm glad Chicago Rilla came. That was a good one. It really was, because we started getting on.
I heard.
You heard from who?
First of all, I typically peek in, like,
okay,
because spaces like, and I said this when I was talking about the whole Mr. Best thing. The spaces where I feel uncomfortable, I've started to just peek in, like, see what the topic is. I'll drop a like, see what the energy feels like, and if I feel like the energy was a certain way or a person I wanted to see, I'll add it to my watch later. So yours, I added yours to my watch later, but I haven't gone back to it because I'm behind for so many different reasons. So like the Chicago Rilla, I added it, but then I fell off because I was watching Dr. Nakumbe for a minute, him and Coach, whatever her name is.
Coach K.
I was watching them, but then I fell off on my content watching as far as much as I was. There's so many podcasts to catch up on. It's just too much.
Yeah. There's a lot of content out there. And what I've noticed, Arshawn, is that a lot of people have started going on Wednesday nights now. This is recent too. Man, in 2023, yeah. A lot of people started going, because remember, for the longest time, Wednesday nights, no one was on except me.
Nah.
Like I was pretty much the only thing going on Wednesday nights, my sister and I. Now people start going on Wednesday nights. I'm just like, and then like last week, everyone was talking about Derek Jackson and his wife and their foolishness. But what I was talking about, everyone missed it. Everyone missed it. No one. That's what lets you know. Like the people who watch my content are usually the people who catch it live. Usually, that's what it told me. Okay, the people who watch this content are usually the ones who watch it live.
Same.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that channels like this one, like yours, like Yella. Well, Yella's a Twitch streamer, but Yella has a lot of dope advice, a lot of super dope insight, man. Yeah, like his perspective, people would benefit from him a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you were late last week, the best part was in the beginning when I was playing those videos. And here's the thing, Rashawn. It was entitled "Have You Learned Anything?" Right? And so I clipped up the video from that conversation in 1967 where those black people were talking. Okay, I clipped that up, and they were having the same conversation that people are having today, 55 years later. Now, here's the thing. In that very show last week, people came up to the panel and had the same conversation. And they were having on the video. I was like, I
Yeah.
didn't say anything about. I was like, are you serious? Are you
It's
serious?
crazy.
I didn't say that. I just let them have it. I was like, well, this proves my point. We hadn't really learned anything.
And I'm not trying to rehash this or try to be right when I say this, but that's kind of my point from earlier when I was like the elephant in the room. Like the fact that we're still trying to treat marriage the same way we did 60 years ago, but it hasn't, and we haven't progressed. To me, that's a what was that? What's that? Was that Einstein quote? Insanity is doing the same thing, but expecting
over and over
different
again,
results.
expecting different results.
If we're having the exact same conversation but trying to approach relationships the same way as well, we're insane.
Well, I think
that's my problem with the way we approach relationships.
Here's the thing. Remember when Kawhi Bree came up here and said that, because people will ask from time to time, what's the purpose of marriage? What's the purpose of marriage? Well, if you listen to the vows, that's the purpose. That's the goal. To be with each other through sickness and health, to love and honor and cherish one another, and through rich, for better or worse, to rich and poor, till death do you part. That's the point. You pick the person to endure all that with and go through all that with until death do you part. That's the point. And if you're not willing or ready to do that, why are you getting married? And like Yella again, firing on all cylinders today. If you're approaching this whole thing with the mentality that, well, I can leave at any time, you got the wrong mentality. What's the point? Of course, we can both leave at any time, but that's not meeting the goal. That's how it fails. You fail before you even started, if that's your mentality about it. And that's the thing. People have that mentality amongst other toxic mentality, well, anti-marriage mentalities before they even start the relationship. And yeah, see, stuff like that people need to hear, because those are solutions. Those are answers. Those are answers to a lot of questions people have.
Do you remember the name of your stream with Chicago Rilla? I was trying to add it in.
Oh, I forgot that one. Man. I forgot the name of it at least.
I know it's in my watch later, but I wasn't trying to slide through that whole thing. Tradition failed us, wasn't it?
Yeah, the tradition failed us.
All right, cool. I'm gonna drop that in the chat. Von Bryan did ask for it, so I'm dropping that in the chat. Let me see.
What was the one with Chicago Rilla? I believe I missed that one. Well, Von Bryan, you're telling on yourself, because now I know you don't watch my content. This is messed up. But where's the support, people? Inea, I don't see her in my chat anymore. Once in a blue moon, Inea will be there, but Inya, never. Inya don't come. Maybe you guys ghost watch or something. I don't know.
There's a lot of ghost watching.
Maybe. But I mean, it would help if you guys said something to me in the chat, and then I'll feel better, and about myself, and the self-esteem won't be a problem for me. And Nova, I think I saw Nova in my chat twice. I think I see Nova in the chat on my show like twice ever. Like Nova, like I said, people over here, they don't really come to my show. I think I know what it is too. I think people would like to see me on my own channel.
Yeah. People are trying to push you to your own channel because the company you keep does run people. It pushes people away, and I get it. And I get why you don't want to just walk away from that, because you have friendships there. I'm hiding from Andrew permanently.
No, but then why are you here, Nova? I thought you were hiding. So that's how I know you're not telling the truth. I think, Nova, you forget that I come on Wednesday nights at 8:30 p.m. Central on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. You forget that I go on air at that time and that day. And now you're just too embarrassed to admit it. Look, Lazy's got to go.
You should have your own channel. You are definitely ready. Okay.
I am. The woman drills.
Oh man, he's attacking chatter. I had a problem with people attacking chatter. Listen, man, Dretton on me quick.
I'm not attacking chatter. I'm asking questions. Why don't you people support my show?
I think everybody's told you. Like, I
think everybody's told you. I can't deny it. I think everyone said it. I think India even said it today. I think no, yeah, India did, and they did not, and they just like, yeah, and they just like,
yeah. People feel
you're not
how they
gonna watch
feel
my
about
content,
people.
NA?
The purpose of marriage is to raise children, and when you are old and unfuckable, you have someone to help you up the toilet when you can't do it on your own. Jesus Christ. Therefore, embracing so-called failure of relationships helps us to possibly figure out new ways that will work, testing new ideas and not being afraid to try. Now I see why he was saying pitching open relationships. I didn't get that from that, but I see what you're saying. Like when one ends, another begins. What's that? Ouroboros, or that like a snake eating its tail? It's like
Ouroboros, yeah, the snake eating its own tail.
Yeah, so one ends, another begins. You go from one end to the other. It's just a circle of life. She says, why are you nervous to start your own platform? I'll ask, are you nervous to start your own platform? And if so, why?
Okay. First of all, I don't know what to call the channel. I did start one YouTube channel called The Mandate Mindset. No content. I just don't like the name. I'm just like, I don't like that. So I just hadn't done anything with it. But I don't know. I don't know what to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Look at India. I'll watch this week. Hopefully you will. You should go back and check out last week's. I'm quite proud of that one. I really am. Quite proud of last week because, like I said, they literally came up on the panel and proved me right. We hadn't learned anything.
So I ask you, I'll derail with Mandrill. I like it. Derail with Mandrill. 4 Inches of Fury. Best channel name. What up, Dury? Hello.
4 Inches of Fury. You know what the crazy part is? I actually like that. 4 Inches of Fury.
It's actually not bad.
That's hilarious.
I like that. That goes with Ty Libra 7-minute grace peen. 4 Inches of Fury. And 7. He said 7-minute grace period, but it came out, the autocorrect came out peen. So 7-minute grace peen. I thought that was a lovely one. But I thought the mandate was good, but you added mindset to it. The mandate I like. The mandate mindset, that just feels that's too many. Mandrell's mindset. Okay.
Yeah, but there's always already a channel called The Mandate. So it
won't be your channel. Oh, you can't use the same one? I thought you could use the same name. It just couldn't be like I've seen so many channels with the same name. Just most of them don't make content. Army Humor.
Oh, okay.
On 9 level.
I haven't. I mean, I just did a search called The Mandate for The Mandate, and I just saw a channel called. I was like, I just assumed that you couldn't use the same one.
Yeah, you can. I mean, because if you do a search for Quiet Bree, I promise you, there's like 50 of them. The way I'm wheezing. Hey, what is up, Shy Cutie? Oh, y'all coming in all late at the end of it. I can't stand y'all. Nah, I don't know. I don't have too many. Find a word that rhymes with mandate.
Let's go to ChatGPT.
What you do? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
I do.
What about Manjitsu? You like that one? Mandate mini state. Mandrill speaks. Sir Mandrill speaks.
Sir Mandrill speaks. I got to call Sir Hale and find out what's going on with him. He hadn't done this show in a long time.
No, I know what it is. I don't know the words right now. What are we talking about? That's what you always say when you come up on a panel. Hey guys, what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
What are we talking about?
What are we talking about? What are we talking about with a question mark? What are we talking about? I love it.
My boys took. Keep a minute, Shy Cutie. By the way, hi, Shy Cutie. Hi. Let me start with that. How are you? I haven't seen you in a while and talked to you in even longer. I just hope you and your family are doing well. Nice to see you again. But yeah, keep your boys in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as long as you can.
Yes, what are we talking about podcast? I like it. Manjitsu.
Manjitsu is hilarious.
Hi, Mandrill.
You forgot an L, but I'll let you pass. I like Shy Cutie. She's cool people.
Listen, man. Listen, I had two good ones before that. I had the mandate. That's a good one. I don't care what you say. And then what are we talking about? I think that's a good one too. Because you all, and then like everybody's asking, or what are you saying? What are you saying? One of those two. Because when everybody was saying like, no, you can't date my daughter, you want to know what people are saying. You ask a lot of questions. Like, what are we saying here? What are we doing here? Something along those lines. What are you saying? What do you mean? Why? Just put 5 whys. Put 5 why? And play that clip all the time. Why? So many people people do want to support you. I know Black Man Filter has made people uncomfortable. I have heard people randomly without provocation talk about how he's trying to change some stuff on his platform, which is good. So that's good. Hopefully things are getting better. And I believe it. The few times I've picked in, traffic has been down. So I do believe he must be trying to do better because that's how people are. I mean, you know. I'm just saying.
I like that. What are you saying? It will hold people accountable to whatever they are saying. Quantum, are you really? Is she like 5'1"? Did someone say before?
Ooh. MSM. Mandrell Stoic Mindset.
Oh. That's not bad in you.
Let's talk the better light skin life. The final stage of getting a secondary black belt in jiu-jitsu is a BBL. I can't stand you. Mandrell
And it's so not.
5'1". Short people. Mandrell fits. Could be for fitness. Interesting. Yeah. She's nipple height. Low-key terrified.
Wow. Nipple height. I can't believe someone said that.
She's a thumb. She's just.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with being short.
Hi, Mandrell. How are you?
Like, hello, Quantum. How are you?
yeah, you know.
And also, Mandrell Unfiltered. How about Mandrell Unchained?
I mean, it's still gonna feel like biting. If you put anything, people gonna feel like you stealing your boys.
Yeah, I got some buddies from the army said that. So you still got that thing going on? What, Mandrell Unchained? I said, no, it's not called Mandrell Unchained. Let's make me show what are you doing.
Ooh.
The life of a former struggle Kevin.
Ooh.
And I'm nothing like Kevin Samuels. I'm not tall. I'm not dark skinned. I'm not skinny. See what I'm saying?
She was always talking about relationships, though. Always bashing the wives.
I wish I wasn't. I don't.
These women need to quit getting BBLs.
I don't.
Men don't like that anyway. We told you what men like. We told you what. No, I'm just joking. I get the difference. 5'1" and definitely a top. Be careful. A lot of big top energy, boy. It's aggressive. Be aggressive. Oh, come on, Inya. You can't make people wait forever. You can't be on Mandrell to put a channel out and you won't put one out.
What would he get?
Mandrella Sphere. Ooh.
Or the Drellosphere. People don't know how to pronounce that.
Ooh, Mandrell means well.
Nice. See what I'm saying?
The Low Speed Podcast. Oh, God. About to head to the promo special. I'll catch y'all at Airbrie. I need to head over there too. I'm glad you said that. I'm over here stammering and yammering. And y'all can just be your poach kid. You got some good ones, man. So make sure you go back to the end of this and like clip some of these names. There's at least some good starting points.
I'm doing it right now. I'm literally doing it right now. I got a Word file open and I'm copying and pasting from the chat. Like the one Shakira did, Mandrell means what? That's a really good one.
Yeah.
Mandrella Sphere is good from Von Bryant.
Let me see. Go over to, let me see. Let me see if that's it. Yella is over on Twitch. They're having a wrestling promo thing because there's a show on June 5th. Chris Classic. It might
you
not
mean
be on
today?
YPC. Nah, that's YouTube. My bad. Let me see. I don't think he's on YouTube. I think he's on Twitch. Not on the 5th. I was looking at the 5th. I was trying to say the 10th. June 10th, the show of all shows, 10 is a wrestling show, and he's doing some promo work for him and Chris Classic. Kung Fu Mandra. Wow. The Mandrill Profiles. The Progressive Network with Mandrella James. Oh, shoot.
You see it? You
But
know
that's
what?
Twitch link. Yellow's over there on Twitch.
One day, Quantum and I are going to meet in person.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to have her explain herself. Like, Quantum, explain yourself. Explain myself for what? Everything. The things you say to me. Just mean. She won't
Unlimited.
She won't cam up ever. Doesn't watch my content. And she has. To Quantum's credit, I saw her in the chat. She did come late, but I did see her in the chat. And I talk a lot of trash up here, people, but I am grateful for any support I get. I really am. And I do thank you.
Okay, so they're also on so Shy Cutie, if you want to watch it, anybody that wants to watch the coverage on YouTube, you can watch it here. I'm about to put it in the chat. Take It Home podcast is streaming it as well. So you can either go to Yella's Twitch or this YouTube channel that's getting ready to come up in a second. Boom. There it is. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, if you get pegged, it's on you. Ooh, the man cave. Yeah. I'm sure that's
yeah, that's probably taken.
I mean, like somebody that's actually using it. Like, it has a lot of videos out. Quantum explains everything. That's nice. Good segment on the Progressive Network. So she's already coming on your network. You already have your first guest booked.
There you go. Yeah. And Quantum, you have to cam up to do your show. We can't have this for an hour, 2 hours, or an hour, however long you choose to do your show. We can't have this. No. Like, that is so unpersonal and so disengaging. I mean, no. You have to cam up and present yourself like this. You know, have some Johnny Carson music going.
Okay. Manifesting Mandrill. Jesus Christ. And yeah, you can cut your comments off. He said you cut your comments off.
Because she can have all those guys drooling on her. Like, I don't understand guys in this space either. Like, why do people think women would be interested in them and they're practically drooling over them online? You know what I mean? You can practically hear the knuckle draggers going, look at, ooh, girl. Ooh, I'm like, they sound like cavemen. Like, if you go to Lucky Marie's channel when she goes live.
Oh man, come on. Ooh.
The Mandrill Spectrum. Tee-hee.
Oh shoot. Okay, Sandra. Anyway, let's get ready to wrap up, man. Mandrill's got enough names. I appreciate all y'all for kicking it this long. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to do the exact same thing. I have 2 streams, but I'm probably going to consolidate it. Just use the one with Big Jesus as a thumbnail, and we'll talk about both therapy and spirituality. And I'll be pro spirituality, and I'll be balanced on therapy, because I believe in a balance on both of them. I'll be anti-Christian a lot of times. Mr. Best said I'll be coming after the Christians. I don't come after individual Christians. I'm not Saul. I don't come after individual Christians. I just come after all of y'all. And if it's me against all of y'all, y'all safe. I'm not about to take all of y'all out. But man, I'm glad you had a good time, Brother Vaughn. Glad y'all were able to hang out with me for a while. Man, started off crazy with the ranch. I had no idea. I thought it might be interesting with the ranch conversation, but I'm glad it got heated and contentious. But I'm glad at the end everybody agreed that ranch was the superior dipping sauce or dressing. I'm very happy to hear that. See, that's something Mandrill can talk about on his channel, the horny panelists. That's actually true, because people think I would think when I hear Mandrill talk about what he talk, I would think he's the horny panelist. Quantum, you gotta come up and you gotta cam up. I gotta see you. Cam up. I
It
need
is so
you
not
on
like
this
that.
panel and on this channel, and I need you cammed up all night long, Quantum.
That sound nothing like that. Quantum,
I mean,
do I sound like that? Be honest. You're gonna have a show on my network. On my network. Look, she's laughing because she knows that I don't sound like
she
that.
did the face orange, the biting the nails. She did the face orange
Because
biting
of
nails
camming up. It's like she's nervous about coming on camera.
She ain't
And
nervous
that's
about
cool.
camming up. She's nervous about you because you sounding like a weird. I'm messing with you. I'm picking with you.
Yeah, I'm just like, why would she be nervous about me?
Ranch rules and sour cream is roach vomit.
Yeah, ranch is good. It is. Ranch is a good. Like I said, if you get the kind that's on the sweeter part of the spectrum, not sweet, but it takes that tang off of it, the sourness off of it. You find that kind of ranch dressing, it's like, oh Lord, yes, this is.
You
fantastic.
probably don't like the buttermilk.
That's all right. You know what I'm saying? It's not as, but it's not. It's still good. The buttermilk, even the sour ranch dressing is still good. It's not as good as the sweeter part version, though.
Man, listen, Brother Von Bryant, I promise you, I will always hold a grudge. I am going to my grave remembering that you timed me out in Black Man Unfiltered's chat for just being there at all. That's all. Are you still holding a grudge from when I timed you out? Oh, yeah, I'm absolutely. No, that's not why you don't have a wrench. What I did, because everybody had a wrench, and because this came up, Mr. Best thought I did it to him on purpose too. I'm gonna tell you what it was. When I had to remove, because I had like 100 moderators. I mean, because everybody had a wrench. If you were here multiple times, you had a wrench. So I had to make a decision when I was unmodding people who was here the most. And at that time, you would pass through. You didn't spend a lot of time over here. So you got unmodded. Reason spent more time, so she has one. At the time, like Truth is Never Favored, he spent more time here at the time when I unmodded people. He got a wrench. But he ain't been around. So again, if I unmod people, he'd be one of the people because he ain't been around. So it's I want people who are here to be able to police the space that they're going to inhabit. So the people who are consistently here, I do want them to be able to moderate if stuff goes left and I can't get to it. So again, Greg Bryan's been here a lot. He's probably going to end up with a wrench. I want people who are consistently here to have the wrench, and people who are not, they don't need one. But there are also other variables, and I don't like going into the system to fix stuff. So it's probably going to stay for at least a month or two before I make any more changes. But you didn't lose the wrench because of that. But I am holding a grudge, a deep, soul-shaking, bone-deep grudge that you timed me out and I wasn't being disrespectful. I will never forgive you. And if I ever catch you in the street, I'm going to say, hello, Mr. Bryan, how are you? So I just want you to know you got that coming. If I ever catch you in the street, you got a hello, sir. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. So as long as you understand, if I ever get you, you're going to get this hand shake. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You got to know that. As long as you know it and expect it. Do not make me a moderator. It's a bad move. I digress did, and they have regretted it on several occasions. Yeah, you're going to catch this handshake. Absolutely. You about to catch this handshake. Shout out to Truth. Hope you doing. Yeah, it's been a minute. I hope he is doing well. Matter of fact, I was worried about Leah for a minute because I didn't see her for a minute. Yep, you lost her, but you've been back around, so I need to go back in. I haven't been attending because I don't want to have everybody be a moderator again. So I want to modulate it. So if I'm adding some more people, I want to make sure I'm removing some people who aren't here anymore. So that's going to be the way I moderate it now. But I got to go into if I add 3, I want to remove 3 who ain't been here, and I already know 3 that ain't been here that I probably need to go ahead because they can't moderate the chat if they're not here. Alexa, play I Apologize by Anita Baker. I am ordering supplies from I Need a Bake Shop. I can't stand Alexa. She always be getting the wrong stuff when I say it. I can't get her to play nothing right. Anyway, I've been yammering, stammering. My bad, y'all. I need to go. Appreciate kicking with y'all. I love it when y'all in the chat like this. It gives me it makes me not want to leave. But tomorrow I'll be here. I'm consolidating the shows. Expect it to be 4 p.m. I got 2 shows now. Expect 4 p.m. No, let's make it 3 p.m. 3 p.m. 3 p.m. feels good. I'm used to 3 p.m. on Tuesday. I'm gonna move the show to 3 p.m. and it's gonna be the one with the big Jesus thumbnail. But I'll do both topics back to back. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Go over and support those links I dropped. Let me put them back in here. Classic on YouTube. Go support Yella. Drop a shot glass or a wine glass or something in the chat. Or you can go over to Twitch where Yella is live and still do the same thing. Zuri, Nova, Inya, Ane, Greg Bryant, Vaughn Bryant, the Bryant brothers. Appreciate y'all. Quantum, Sim, everybody is beside Cutie. I know Bree already stepped out. Appreciate all of y'all. Man, Drew, I appreciate you for coming up and chopping it up with me. Otherwise, it would have been by myself, man. So thank you for coming through. And I will see y'all tomorrow. And let me find out what I want to play on the outro.
God bless. God bless the food.
That's what I was thinking about.
God bless the food.
It must be that time.
All right, I'm going to end this.
God bless. God bless the food, goddammit. God bless the food. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something. I'm going to end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Where that money bowl at? Don't have me to fire this bitch off now. Where that money bowl at? Don't you? Look, don't make me shoot it. All right. Officer Tuckerson already dead, motherfucker. I don't mind shooting another motherfucker. Oh, shit.
I gotta update this thing. Boo, old logo. Boo, old logo.
All right, I'm going to end this goddamn thing. Officer Tucker already dead, motherfucker. I don't mind shooting another motherfucker.